Good morning, everyone, especially our visitors. Welcome to the last meeting for June to Hiku Community Board. I'll ask Mike to open our meeting with official karakia. Thank you.
Kapai. Tēnā tātou, o te ake e mihi ana kia koutou ko tātou mai rā ki roto i tā tātou hui. Reiranga tira, o te ake te kanohi o te uri o hina mara, tēnā koe e te whanaunga. Ka tīkina atu. I runga i te tauhau Māori, ki runga i a tātou i puta mai a matariki a puanga. Nā reira, tērā puanga ka rewa i te pai, he tohu ki te ao. Ka poroporo aki i te pō, ka mihi ki te tauhau, ka rewa a puanga, ka hono ki a matariki. Tēnā tātou, kia ora.
Thank you. I'll just open with a few announcements. First of all, I know it's been a couple of few days now since the announcement of the closure of the North Mill at Dukenishin. Support goes out to all those staff down there and affected contractors. It's huge for the community. We just hold our breath now that the tri-board continues and we get the investment we really need, and basically investment from any party. I have to apologise to you all and also to the wider community. At the last council meeting on Thursday, the community board chairs weren't able to present their reports just because of the agenda we were facing with the council. Mayor Moko thought it real important that we get those issues sorted before we move on. So it just means that at the next council meeting, we'll have a lot more to talk about. So just so our ratepayers acknowledge them that's why we didn't give a report. Just a bit of housekeeping. If the fire alarm is activated, please leave via the nearest exit, which is there, and head out to the parking area via the door down the end here until the warden gives us the okay. Bathrooms are located just prior to the cinema. You'll see the cinema in front of you. They're on your left-hand side. Moving into the meeting. Have I got any apologies and declarations of interest, please?
Trevor for apologies, and I've got a conflict of interest for the presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll bring it outside. Oh, kia ora. I have a conflict of interest with one of the applications today, Te Rangi Aniunua. I just want to declare that.
You've made mine.
Yeah. Could I have a move on that, please? Seconded? Yeah. All in favour?
Right.
Moving on, thank you. Okay, I'm going to open up the public forum. I think we've got one speaker, Mr. Matt Radich. Please, you've just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes, and Natasha here will remind you when you're getting closer. Come forward, Matt. Bring your chair up if you want, or stand.
So I've got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got some problems out here, right? I just want to bring up regarding the Paraiuri Harbour. We've got some issues here. And anyway, I'll just stick to the Paraiuri Harbour. But some of you know the Paraiuri Harbour was closed to the public for the last 6 years. Now, I know that area very well because I've actually lived up there from 1974 with a group of guys. And Paraiuri, like Te Paki, Tiwari and Tirana, government blocks, there were government blocks that was broken in, put into glass, fences, etc., all paid by the taxpayer. Now, the Paraiuri block also has the Paraiuri Harbour adjacent to it. And they used to have a ramp there. That's what the government did. They put a ramp so everyone can use the harbour. Once the land was given back to England, that was all stopped. They stopped it all. Pulled out the ramp, etc. They put up gates that John got involved in the last council. And we had a woman there who was running a shop at the time, Bonnie Conrad. What a great woman she was. She used a money system You got a key, you went there, you opened the gate, you paid your $20, and when you got back, you returned your key and you got $10 back. It was great. Well, they wiped that. Now, the harbour is Tapu. I still go up there. We stay at a place called Mangrove College. As you know, Nelson's own a lot of land around the Paringa Harbour. There were 5 houses there. We book in there for the weekend. It costs us $300 a night, which we don't mind. You know, and they bring in boats, people. It's booked out every weekend, and boats come in from Auckland, people from Auckland, etc., and use the harbour. What the Paringa Trust Board is going to say is we close our harbour because of this. We're using the excuse of this weed. Remember this weed, the copra weed, or whatever it is. So they need to understand when you bring runabouts in there, when you bring props, they don't bring that weed into the harbour. The harbour, the only way that weed is brought into the harbour is by big boats. And in my years of being up at the Paringa Harbour, it's quite common to see 4 or 5 yachts sitting in the harbour that come out through the entrance when the weather's bad and everything. They sit there for weeks because they got these big keels and they're the ones that drag in the boat and lead. Common sense. Now, I try to sort things out with the Paringa Trust Board, and no, they don't want anything to do with it. They don't realise that that road from State Highway 1 all the way down virtually to the point of Paringa is owned by council, it's a final district council. And we allow them to use that road, etc., there's no problem. There used to be a ramp there. Now I got on to Chris Greatbreath, and he's a good man for Farmers Holdings. He deals with these problems, particularly with harbours and areas, etc., etc. And he said, right, go to the community board, get their support, and if we don't, we just have to put them on back. And I notified the chairman of the Paringa Trust Board, and he said, if you do that, we're going to have the biggest protest ever up there. What do you do with people like that? You know, I've been with the council for a bloody long time and dealt with a lot of issues. You know, Caramel Road, Carcass. Now we've got the big problem of Hukateri. Hukateri there. They're about to put a gate up there. What those people don't understand is that road from Hukateri was put through Hukateri to the Island Beach was a road for safety. So anything happens on Island Beach, I can get out of the beach and if there's a car accident or drowning, etc., etc. But back to the Paringa Harbour, we have to stop this. And as I said, I'll try every avenue to try and resolve this. So now it's up to you, the community board, because this is going to be big time press. This is going to go to the press, it's going to be big time. So the community board's going to be involved. But I am not going to go up there and see how they treat people up there by saying, you're not allowed to out in the Paringa Harbour, Mr. Chairman. There's other issues, but I'll leave that for another time. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matty. Are there any questions of Matty?
Yeah, for you, Mr. Chair. So who actually owns that land to the entrance of the harbour? Me?
Well, the land is back to the Paringa Trust Board. Yeah. Just like Tupaki, but I'm going to say that's on back. I think, yes, it's here, I'll call it.
I think, Matty, just general comment. There's going to obviously be some public interaction on this by all parties. So, yeah, we'll be watching how that goes.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we need to meet with them and try and get people.
Understand?
Because this is going to get out of control. I'm going to say this is ridiculous. We allow this to go through, and what's going to happen in our harbour? There could be a group coming into there, and etc. We don't want to let the fishing through.
Yeah.
We try our best. I'll try my best. I know all those people up there. I'll bet you live with them, particularly the people at Tahapa. But you get these radicals, and that's it.
Mm.
No, thank you, Matt.
And the other thing, I'll just shoot now, the warehouse, we're making some good progress on the warehouse. As you know, we're trying to get into a multi-sports and recreation hub. Northern Basketball are involved, and hopefully next 2 weeks we're going to get something like 5.5 million. So that's going to be great news. So cross our fingers and don't be.
Thank you, Matty. Appreciate it.
No. Second going.
I think you wanted to set it all. Okay, we have no deputations, but we have speakers. First one I'll ask up is representing Cooper's Beach Bowling Club Incorporated. Sorry, we have another one on public forum, and that's Brigham Sampire Gurua Top Energy. Sorry about that. Meridian, thank you.
Good morning, kia ora everyone. My name is Vikram, and I'm from Meridian Energy. So we're New Zealand's largest renewable power generator, and we're also a retailer. And I appreciate the community board for allowing me to speak in regards to the growing initiative that we're focusing on, which is public electric vehicle charging, to help with the community as well as the growing electric vehicle drivers. So what I'll do is quickly I will share my screen and just present for a good couple of minutes, and then throw it out for question and answer. So I want you guys to be more involved, because this is going to be impacting positively, I hope, in your community. So I would like to understand your perspective. So basically what we're trying to do here with public charging is we're building out the infrastructure. So think about this as, last 100 years ago when we went from horse and carriages to locomotives, with the old Ford Model Ts and so on. But now, with 100 years further, we are building these electric boxes to help anyone with an electric car to plug in and charge and go about their day. So this is a very important historical moment for us, for New Zealand and globally as well, because the transportation sector is changing, as you know, and we don't want to be too reliant on overseas imported fuel. And with what you have seen in the last couple of months with Middle East wars, it does impact everyday people here in New Zealand. But with terms of electricity, these are locally generated, 100% renewable here in New Zealand and for New Zealand. So it builds the country more resilient to whatever happening outside of the country. So talking a bit more on Meridian side of it, we are 100% renewable. We don't have any coal or gas power generation plant. Most of it is hydro, mainly based in South Island, but we're also building solar farms in Northland, and a bit of wind energy in Wellington and so on. So all our electric vehicle chargers are tracked to 100% renewables. So that's a good thing about if you're utilizing our infrastructure, you should know that you're helping the environment because it's fully renewable. What we're trying to do here is we're wanting to partner with local community, both public and private, but today I want to focus on public side of it. It's because we want to build the infrastructure for next 15, 20 years, because by then the transportation sector is going to be completely different. There's going to be far fewer petrol, diesel passenger vehicles, mainly for everyday use, and it's going to be primarily electric vehicles. And we're already seeing that in many European countries, including also Norway and few other ways. 98% of all new vehicles sold is electric vehicles. So it won't be that far off for New Zealand, when the cost of brand new vehicles is coming up to sub $30,000, and then second-hand market is opening up, $5, $10, $15,000. So, it's definitely going to be attractive for people from all economic backgrounds. So we want to, because it takes time for infrastructure, so we want to plan for future and start building out today. But what we like to do is we like to partner with the community board. We work with the councils in terms of providing us the insight. Whereabouts can we set up infrastructure? So in terms of quick differentiation between a petrol and diesel vehicles versus electric. Electric takes about half an hour, 45 minutes on average with our fast EV chargers. Compared to a petrol or diesel car, you pull up in a petrol pump 5 minutes flat. So what we're trying to look at is, are there places in belonging to Far North District Council where you have amenities, which is at least on basic level toilets, maybe walkable distance to shops, and essentially a bit more closer to the town center. And the reason is, when the vehicle takes about half an hour, 45 minutes to charge, what we've seen is people generally don't want to be sitting in a car for that long. They want to get out. They'll have kids. It could be older demographic. They want to go out and spend that time and money while the car is charging. Now this can be competitive advantage because it will allow the local community to attract people from outside of the towns. It could be international travelers, or it could be just the local people who don't have the ability to charge at home, but could take the excuse to go out, do some bit of shopping while the vehicle is getting charged. So it's a very positive impact to the environment, and to the community as well. And we would like to hear from the community board. Do you have any, we're looking at about good 4 to 6 car parks, 4 as recommended size, which will allow, more than one car to obviously charge it at the same time, and a future expansion to additional 2 car parks. There's going to be some worry about, well, if you're going to take up 4 car parks in a 10 car park space, where will other people park? My response respectfully is, well, the next 10, 15 years, most of the vehicles is going to be electric anyway. So you don't want to have people queuing. And we have seen that in few high traffic areas where, and also during holidays where a lot more people are out there to charge, and people start queuing up, because if one person is charging for 45 minutes, another person needs to wait, and they need to charge another 45 minutes. So it's always good to have additional charging points. Mind you, we're not asking the community board to police if someone wants to park their ute for 20 minutes, half an hour. That is totally fine, but we do request that we get that recommended 4 car park allocation right now for the next 15 years kind of a phase. And in return, for the access, this is not a lease, it's more of an access. We will compensate the council. I'm not sure about how that works with the community board, but generally speaking, we compensate for the space per car park per year for the length of the term. So, we're not asking anything for free here. But on the plus side, there is no cost of the investment. Everything is borne by Meridian, be it the chargers, which individually they're about $100,000 each. Sometimes you might need a new transformer. Meridian will fund that. Talking to the local lines company, which is probably Top Energy there, connection costs, all of that was going to be borne by the company, by Meridian. And on top of that, these chargers will need to have a billing system similar to your petrol pump. We take care of that. Any issues, if the charger is not working, it's been vandalized, there is no headache to the community board. So all of that is going to be outsourced to Meridian, and we will. It's our responsibility to ensure that they're being looked after. So that's pretty much how our setup is. This is kind of a overview of how the chargers look. So each charger will have a 2 cable. So they can charge 2 vehicles at the same time. It's got a bright, bigger screen, so people are not familiar how to use the phone to charge, they can touch screen and get the charging to go. In terms of the car park itself, every site is different, so we have in-house designers. We will do the design overview, but generally speaking, it's about 4 car parks. Some car parks will allow us to have trailers as well, so keep in mind there's going to be in future even utes which can plug in, and you would want them to have a pass-through kind of a situation. So, but we will work with council and the community board in designing the car park necessary for it. And this is sort of what it looks like in real. And it's also clearly visible, so people driving by can recognize, okay, it's an EV charger, and then can pull up. So that's pretty much from us. But in terms of the phases of how we work, we're working with councils in understanding, give us some raw list of sites, and then we do internally calculate, is this site suitable or not in terms of the amenities, closer to a state highway, closer to shops, and then we analyze and then take it further, because we're looking at about $400,000-$500,000 investment per car park. So we don't want to put them in the middle of nowhere where no one's actually using them. So we want people, the local community, to embrace, as well as travelers from let's say Auckland or Whangarei. So that's pretty much from me, and I'm happy to take any questions should you have any.
Thank you, Vikram. I know we've got staff talking about that issue today, so we'll get a lot more coverage in terms of relevance to the local community. Just one question: how far are you looking at in terms of heading north?
To be honest, we are already in talks with Waitaki Landing, which belongs to EV. So we're looking at putting a couple of chargers at the gas petrol station there. So we don't have any jurisdiction per se, but we are very particular about state highways. So we would like to restrict ourselves to less than 1 kilometer from a state highway. At the moment, we might look at, probably a slower, less expensive chargers in not state highways, or a bit more, let's say 5 kilometers. But at the moment, we're sticking to state highways only.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Vikram? Thank you very much.
Kia ora, aroha mai, Bill. I just wanted to ask Vikram, would you consider schools? And if not, at this point in time, but in the future, where you've got, I've got a hybrid car, and I wouldn't buy a full electricity car, because I'd be worried about where I could charge. But, at schools where you've got teachers who are usually with it, people, I don't know, and others, maybe community centres.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think schools, community centers, I would actually look at 2 ways. One, you can actually generate your own electricity by having solar. So that means whatever electricity that's going into your vehicle, and this can be, authorized to teachers or, students or parents of students who are registered. Those things can be done. But the good thing is, how great would you feel that whatever you're filling up in the school is actually locally generated on the roof? And that's a technology that is available right now. But where Meridian comes in, we don't have anything at the moment, but we do look at, sort of this sort of initiative with community boards, community centers and schools, combining them with solar. And you don't need these big chargers, but very expensive one. You can go for slightly cheaper, which is like, AC chargers, should not cost more than $4,000 or $5,000. That's something we're going to be packaging it up probably next year. But it's a great initiative, having chargers at schools, community centers, even churches and so on, where generally if you're parking there for half an hour, 1 hour, even with the slow charger, you can get about 50-kilometer range. And mind you, not everyone's driving, more than 50, 100 kilometers every day. So that should satisfy. But at the moment, what we're looking at is very high capacity charges, where we want people to go in and out between half an hour, 45 minutes. And if there is a school close to State Highway, but also there are some shops and public toilet, that's a great location for us. So we would like to, get the community's sort of blessing, because this is for the community, and we want to ensure that it will cater to the local community and ensure that it helps more people to switch, because not everyone wants to pay $3 to $4 a liter in petrol, but also maintenance costs with electric vehicles. There's really less maintenance cost, so to speak. So the benefit is actually going back to the public, but that's why the reason for this meeting.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your time, Vikram.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. See ya. Bye.
Bye-bye. Sorry, I just have to cross my T's and dot my I's. Did we have a mover for conflicts of interest and apologies?
Yes, we
I thought we did. Yeah.
Myself and
There you go. Thank you. Okay. I get the paper I had. We'll move on to speakers, and I'd like to call up Ken Smith with Beach Bowling Club Incorporated.
You are good morning here. As per our application for solar paneling, a no-brainer these days with our power bills running between $1,200 and $1,500 a month. The savings we're going to put back into the fund with extra heating and extra cooling in the summer. We're not just a bowling club. We open our doors to the community a lot. We have 237 members, I think. The majority are social members that come and play darts, pool, petanque, and what have you. We have dining Friday nights for community and Sunday nights to come and have a meal. We open our doors, as it states in our application, to societies such as the Cancer Society and Diabetes. Friday we had Orangi Tamariki down there. They discussed all day children's welfare, which was great. Last night we had Angara School down there for the day. A lot of busload of students that maybe didn't like sports or contact anything. And the feedback from the principal, Mrs. Sally Potter, said it went down very well, getting these people outside, these kids outside that don't normally like playing sports. And so that would, and they'd like to have it again sometime, which we've all organised. So yeah, so we just, we've been very kind to them in the past. We're wondering if we can help us again with a event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any questions of Ken, please?
yes, just one from me. Thanks, Ken. It's a great project, and I commend you for making that decision to go forward. The only thing that I was going to ask you, there's only the one quote here from Q-Bands. Oh, sorry, got Light Force as well. Did you actually go to any local, like Funnel Solar or any of those?
It was, we do have 2 or 3 quotes over and above what's at the review, because they're the 2 best ones.
Oh, okay. That's fine. No, I just missed that. That's fine. So, well done. Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Ken, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. You'll be hearing from us at the end of the day.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Possibly tomorrow.
Possibly tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, Mr. Chris Balas, Far North Torpedo Competition.
Members of the Fairview Community Board. I'm Chris Glass. I'm an organiser of the Far North Torpedo Competition. Thank you for allowing me to come today to address our application regarding the exciting event that we propose happening in next week. I'm here not only to seek your support, but also share our vision for an event that will enhance our community pride and economic growth. The Final Orthopedic Competition is a unique and dynamic event scheduled for July. Positioned as a premier fishing competition within our region, this event will attract fishing enthusiasts from across New Zealand, including disabled and elderly that cannot fish by boat or surfcast. The participants will be engaged in a thrilling contest to catch a variety of species, which while showcasing our stunning marine and coastal areas. Hosting this competition is anticipated to draw approximately 300 visitors to our area. This influx of participants and their families will provide some significant economic stimulus to local businesses, supermarkets, gas stations, accommodation, and retail establishments. We estimate an infusion of around $200,000 into the local economy during this week. Beyond its economic benefits, the torpedo fishing competition will ensure our participants are educated about sustainable fishing practices. We also encourage our participants to clean up the beaches during the week and return any rubbish that they do gather to our waste bins, which we provide on site. We also have put strict rules in place to sustain the fishery. Our competition is over the school holidays, so we have a lot of families to participate. We have received backing from our local iwi hapu businesses, our local iwi hapu businesses and community organisations that are eager to contribute to the competition. Either through sponsorship, participation, or volunteer efforts. These participants are vital in creating an event that is not only successful but also deeply embedded in our community fabric. We sent out a whānui to all iwi in the Far North and have full support of my takoto. To bring this vision to fruition, we respectfully seek $5,000 from the Hiku Community Board. This funding will be allocated to several crucial aspects of the event. In conclusion, the Final Torpedo Competition represents more than just a fishing event. It embodies an opportunities for growth and cultural exchange in our community. With your support, we can ensure that this competition not only enhances our local economy, but fosters lasting connections between participants and natural environment that we cherish. So again, thank you for having me today, and I'll welcome any questions.
Just one question. Number of entry tickets, mate?
We have around, at this present time, we have 45 tickets sold.
Total number you target?
That's also our what we try to aim to get to is 60. Yeah, and those teams consist of around 50.
Just a lead up on that. How long have you been delivering the competition?
We've been doing this for 4 years.
4 years.
Okay. So we took this over from the Fire Brigade.
That's right.
Yeah, so they unfortunately couldn't carry on running the event. So we're passionate about the event and hoping that keep going.
Are there any further questions or questions to the Chair? Is it targeted species?
Yeah, so we have 3 targeted species. So our species are snapper, kahawai, and gurnet. And it's only 3. You're only allowed to weigh in 3 of each species per day.
Per angler, per team?
Not per team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Kia ora. I have to say I'm opposed to torpedo fishing. Just something I was taught as a kid, as a Māori, was when you go fishing, you just take what you need for your household, not to fill a freezer, but you take what you need. You don't clean your kaimoana on the beach and leave the bones and guts and frames behind, etc. So I suppose, I'm just trying to picture what happens. Like on a torpedo machine, how many hooks are there? And when you say you can catch so many a day and register so many, if you catch excess, what happens to the excess fish?
We don't encourage anyone to take any extra fish. We're just 12 hooks per set, and as mentioned, we only ask that we try and encourage that you just bring the 12 back that you're allowed to weigh in.
Okay, and so a lot of your funding is going for printing. Is that correct?
And we're looking to hire a marquee, especially to keep our anglers and our participants warm and out of the weather.
Okay, I must be reading the wrong thing, but I thought you were asking for money for printing, mainly for your event.
Yeah, those guys actually they own the marquee too, so they're under a printing.
Okay. No, kapai, and you're saying that, so you're obviously going to be up the Ngai Takoto end. I see a letter from Ngāpai Holiday Park, and but it's and you say you have agreement from. Is everyone confined to the Ngai Takoto stretch of Te Oneroa Tohe, or are you up and down the beach across into Te Rarawa, Opauri, etc., and Ngāti Kuri?
Yeah, we
just a question.
Sorry, we don't want to isolate one beach. We try and open it up so that it's not fishing only 90 miles.
So you're actually intruding into iwi waters right across. You haven't gone and stipulated one area of the beach. We have a beach board that normally requests go there. I would suggest that this application, for support, come to the next Te Oneroa Tohe board as well.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think we have sent a whānui out to all the.
Sending a whānui and talking with the iwi are two different things.
Okay, yeah, I'm more than happy to attend any.
Oh, kapai. Thank you. Kapai.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Our third speaker, I'll call is Catherine Langford, Taka Thompson Sail Training Trust. Online.
Kia ora, Bill. Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you all hear me okay?
Kapai.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me here today. And it's a bit of an annual thing for us to come and see you, to seek support for two rangatahi to come and join us for a 7-day voyage on the Taka Thompson during our youth development season in the winter. And so we come again with the same request for a total of $4,000, $2,000 per rangatahi to bring them on to two separate voyages to join another 11 people from the whole region to go and have a week on our ship, learning ship life, building relationships with new people, stepping outside their comfort zone and learning some new skills, understanding what they're capable of, building a sense of belonging, a sense of identity, and then taking that back to their whānau, their community, and their schools. So I can tell you a little bit more about the program, but I think a lot of you do already know of the work that Tucker does. So I might just touch on some of the newer things that we have been doing, both in measurement and in our networks, so that we trying to broaden our reach. And I'll let you ask me in a moment questions about the actual voyage. So we've been focusing on trying to expand our network so that our goal is to remove financial costs, financial obstacles, so that anybody that wants an experience on the ship can come and join us. And we've had long established relationships with all the schools through the far north, and we're now trying to deepen those connections so that we're reaching outside schools, because that doesn't always work for everybody, and also for some of the new schools. So we've recently added Ngātaki School to our pool up in Te Hiku, and also we've just building a connection with Te Rito Te Kura Taiao, and hoping that we'll get some of their candidates. We're just working with them at the moment to see if we can get some of their rangatahi onto the ship this year. We also had a visit from Te Raupu Kimiora in Kaitaia in May, and actually one of the girls who came on last year, thanks to your sponsorship, she came down with them, and a group of them came to visit the ship to get a sense of what it might be like to come and have a week there. And it's baby steps with these new groups, because it's a big change. It's a big thing for young people to do, and so we're hoping that we'll start to build a relationship with Te Raupu Kimiora as well. We've been doing this for over 20 years, but we've just hit our 20-year anniversary, and we so far have taken over 3,300 young people from Northland out on the ship, and a large proportion of them, over half, come from the far north, and a good chunk of those from Te Hiku. I think I'll hand it over to you maybe to ask me some questions about, so for anyone that doesn't know what we do, I can fill in the blanks for you.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions? Thank you very much for your time, Catherine. You'll be hearing from us today.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Ka kite.
Okay. Karinga Evans, Kaitokara Tarai Waka Incorporate. No. Probably just carry on. Yeah. Okay. While we're waiting, I'll call up James Watkinson. He uri o Hina Marae Trust.
Kia ora mā tātou, tēnei kātū I te iho o kotahi I te whiwhia, kotahi I te rangia, kotahi tangi ia tātou katoa. Nō reire te taumata, e mihi ana kia koutou e mahi tautoko ni a kaupapa o tēnā rohe, I tētai tokerau nō reira kia koutou, ngā whānau I te rohe hipo, nō reira kia ora koutou. Kia koe te he mana te runanga o te raroa e mai, e tika ana to kōrero ia tātou o tēnā hapu, ko te me nui ngā mokopuna pōpō, he taki mō ngā mea katoa, e te rangatira tēnei te nihi atu kia koutou. Our project that we're embarking on te uri o Hina Marae is part of a bigger picture in terms of our moingoia, our strategic flow and our strategic direction. More importantly, it's not one voice, it's a voice of all within our hapu. We are just servants, but servants for our people.
The project is to restore our whakairo on duty or Tina Marae, which are in a state of irreparable condition. A project that has been spoken about over many years, over the last couple of decades. However, given our one and one way out, this has been an important project to move us in the right direction, first and foremost. Our marae repairs include the maho in which the photo attached to. And like any repair project, once you start to open up, you start to see what's inside it, and then the costs become a discussion as to how we get through that and continue the project to its completion. Under our moimoia, of course, and because we've been in location in the marae and the mana that it represents through our rangatira, we think my Putupi, who was the original carver of those carvings. The responsibility of the whānau today to make sure that they are repaired and restored to ensure that the marae stands in the mauri of our hapu for generations to come and all that it represents. The other projects that it's aligned to in terms of our moimoia Pukipoto, really bringing Pukipoto back to life, given its location where it sits in Kaitaia, which relates to our education, our school in Pukipoto, which relates to our housing. We have 10 acres of land that we're talking about housing, which relates to our whānau ora, which relates to our kaiao. In summary, the work that's been done in more recent times to get our vision and direction together is attracting a lot of our whānau back into our hapu that may have historically stood off to the side. What's giving them confidence is they can see the trustees, they can see the strategies that have been working with, they can see the evidence of productivity moving forward for our hapu and our whānau. In summary, the mana and the reach of such work within our rohe, within Kaitaia, within Te Tai Tokiro, and completing such a project is just as important to us as well, to the future no reira. Ko niku tēnei ora tēnei wanu reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora.
Kia ora. Any questions from the table, please?
Kia ora, aroha mai. Nā mihi kia koe te kai kōrero. Ko Hilda Hauke ar Haruira ahau, he pātai tāku. Are you doing the whakairo for your actual te Uriu Hina marae or the Te Rarawa marae? I've just... Oh, okay. Aroha mai. Ki te au e tahi mea I rongi te pukamata, and I just assumed, okay. Thank you for the clarification. Kia ora.
No way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just seeing that wondering upon conflicted.
Oh, okay. Conflict of interest. Yeah.
Would I be? Sorry, about to see that.
Thank you.
No further questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for being with us today. Right up.
Sorry through the chair because I moved those conflicts. I have to come off now that I'm spotted a conflict.
Just note it.
Note it.
You just can't vote on it.
Thank you, Mark. Right, next one. We do not have putting away up yet? No, not yet. Okay. I'll call on Lee Walbert, Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Can everybody hear me? Lovely. Kia ora. Right. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Lee Walbert toko ingo. Ko Ngāti Rangatihi, Ngāti Awa no kia tuwhare tōki kawarau oku iwi. Ka noho ahau no tauranga moana. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Oh no, what's happened?
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can see you. Just drop down.
Oh, kia ora. I don't know what happened there. I've had a live connection for an hour or so and it suddenly disappeared. So sorry about that. So back with you. Tells me my connection is weak. I might turn my camera off if that's all right. Right, here we go. My name is Lee Warbrick and I'm the Funding Development Manager for Youthline. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you very much for the support that you've provided to us previously. We're hugely grateful for it. So today we are seeking $10,500 towards the Youthline free national 24/7 helpline service for young people, specifically living in the Te Hiku Community Board area. Although Youthline is based in Auckland, we provide support to young people right across the Motu, including Te Hiku. Our helpline is available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, through phone, text, web chat, WhatsApp, and email, ensuring young people can access immediate support whenever they need it. The need for the service continues to grow, and last year we supported more than 28,000 conversations with young people. Nearly 60% related to mental health, 22% involved active suicide risk. And since expanding our overnight web chat service, overnight demand has increased by 226%. We're also seeing significantly more situations requiring police, ambulance or crisis team intervention. This reflecting the increasing complexity of the young people reaching out to us. Our independent evaluation shows that the service is making a real difference. Our young people are consistently reporting the feeling calmer, safer and genuinely supported after contacting Youthline. And 80% have said that they had no one else to turn to. The evaluation also found that $1 invested returns approximately $8 in social value, largely through crisis prevention and early intervention. The estimate of 250 Te Hiku young people in our application is based on the 2023 census, which identifies approximately 2,511 young people aged 15 to 24 living within your ward, using the same population methodology as applied across our regional funding applications. And we estimate around 10% of those young people will access or benefit from Helpline each year. And so the funding request has been calculated the same way. Te Hiku represents 0.42% of New Zealand's youth population, which equates approximately to 21,000 of our national helpline operating costs. And we are requesting 50% of that amount, being $10,500, with the balance funded through philanthropic trusts, community grants, corporate partnerships and fundraising and some government contracts. There's a couple of things I'd like to put the spotlight on. Who answers the helpline? So the helpline is staffed by a combination of trained volunteer counsellors and paid helpline support workers. Every counsellor completes comprehensive training before supporting young people and receives ongoing professional development, regular clinical supervision and debriefing. They work within a strong clinical governance framework with experienced clinical leaders available to support higher risk situations and ensure safe, high quality care. Another spotlight is how do we support Māori, Pacifica and diverse communities. So Youthline is committed to ensuring every young person receives support that is culturally safe, inclusive and appropriate. Our practice is guided by Mana Tai Ohi, New Zealand's Code of Ethics for Youth Work, and our wellbeing approach is grounded in Te Pare Tapawha, recognising the importance of mental, physical, spiritual and whānau wellbeing. Māori and Pacifica rangatahi remain an important focus, and we work to ensure our services reflect the values of manaakitanga, whanaungatanga and respect for culture and identity. We also know that the disabled, neurodivergent and rainbow young people often experience higher levels of distress, isolation and barriers to accessing support.
Sorry,
is it? Okay. Cool. So
Thank you.
thank you. So finally, before I finish, I would just like to say, when I find it, sorry, that every young person deserves someone who will listen without judgment, believe in them, and that they'll be there when they need it the most. Our role is to make sure that that support is available, regardless of where they live or what challenges they face. Community support like yours helps ensure that no young person in Hiku has to face those challenges alone. So thank you very much. Gosh, that time went quickly. Does anybody have any questions? And I'll get my camera back on.
Yes, thank you, Paul, through the chair. Adele Gardner speaking. I just want to ask you, do you have any numbers from Te Hiku for 2024 and 2025, please, that you have received calls from our area?
Yes,
please?
yeah. I guess our data shows that it would be it's 251 is that's what we work out through the census, through the
I'm not talking about the census. I'm talking about
Contact.
do you actually keep data as to where the calls are coming from yearly so that we can work out what the funding and everything. So 24 and 25, I'm asking for the data for this area, please.
My understanding is it is 251. I would need to actually determine to drill down further on that, Adele. I would need to come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
But is the 251? I think we do it regionally, and then we drill down further with census. But I can find out. I'm very happy to find that out for you and get back to you on that.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Lee. You'll be hearing from us at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you all. Kia ora.
I'm so used to the norm.
You said that last time ago.
Sorry.
Don't have Karinga or Karina Wells.
We don't have Karina Wells, so we're missing two. Shall we move on? Okay. Moving on to 6, confirmation of previous. Sorry. Okay. Moving on to confirmation of previous minutes, 6.1, page 8. That Te Hiku Committee Board confirm the minutes of the meeting held 2nd of June 2026 to be true and a correct record. Could I have the mover, please?
Yeah, I'll move. I just want to point out a couple of things here.
Seconder? Is there any discussion on those, please?
Yeah, just on page 19 of the last minute, there was a couple of motions put forward for resolutions. I don't see them in the open resolution page. Is there any reason why, Mr. Chair? Through the Chair.
And it was in regards to?
It was the, I moved a motion for any ratepayers and residents, and then you, Mr. Chair, moved a motion for a range for ratepayers, but then I don't see it in the open resolutions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eddie.
Oh, can I just have an answer through the Chair, or why it isn't? Yeah.
Through the chair, I'm not sure why it doesn't mean there. It should have been. My apologies for that. That one. These will both have to go further, and I will get staff to respond to both of you.
Okay, because I thought there's a board through the Chair. Yeah, I thought as a board we can put our motions and resolutions in, and they have to go into open. That doesn't. There's no consultation. We are putting these resolutions into open, so they should be in there. I thought through the Chair.
They should be. Yes.
we follow up on that as soon as we can. Thank you. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion on the previous minutes? All those in favour? Against? Carried. And we will take a morning break. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving on, 7.1, page 20, scoping proposals for Stage 1 Community Adaptation Planning. At the Te Hiku Board, A, note the Stage 1 scope to plan for a 100-year timeframe and high-end climate scenarios for the coastal flooding, coastal erosion, and pluvial, pluvial river flooding based on available modeling. B, note the Stage 1 scoping proposal to prioritize planning and select settlements for mixed elements supported by less detailed planning for individual elements outside of select settlements and large-scale issues. C, note that future implementation of actions in adopted Stage 1 community adaptation plans are timed in most cases for the long-term plan 2030 to 2040 and beyond. D, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal to develop up to 5 community adaptation plans at the sub-area scale as shown in Figure 3. E, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal to establish 5 community panels to represent each sub-area and recommend adaptation decisions. F, endorse the Stage 1 scoping proposal that community board members representing a sub-area can participate in the relevant community panels. You have a mover?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. You have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Eddie. Open for discussion and questions.
Mr. Chair, are we able to get just a rundown from the reporter?
Kate.
Yeah, is that
Katie.
Oh.
Katie's.
Katie's on.
Katie's on.
Katie's. Okay.
Yeah.
Morena koutou. Oh. Should I talk now? Is that kapai? All good?
There you go.
All right. Morena anō kia koutou. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. Good to see you all, and apologies, Chair Subritsky, for that very long list of recommendations. There's a little birthday gift to you, so happy birthday. That's on behalf of staff. So yes, this is a extension of last March I came to you with an information report presenting Stage 1 community adaptation planning, some kind of key project information and timeframes. And this is now our first kind of major deliverable. This is Council's first adaptation planning project. It is taking place, as you can see, under Figure 1 in the report across most of the Hokianga, Waimamaku, Herekino, Whangape, which is where it crosses into your area as Te Hiku Community Board. That's why I'm coming to you today, seeking endorsement. The main proposals we're seeking endorsement from you all are around the setup of the community panels to fulfill our commitment to be community-centered in this kaupapa, and the commitment to create up to 5 community adaptation plans, and that those plans will be for the sub-areas presented in shown, I guess, in Figure 3, which is on page 24 of your report. So those different colored sub-areas, we are proposing 1 community panel per colored sub-area, and this is a small area within the wider project area. And then we are proposing that the community panels work alongside council and make recommendations on adaptation decisions to council, and those adaptation decisions become community adaptation plans, and that is by ideally December 2027. So that's just some background around it. The rest is just kind of background context for you to note. I will say that Te Koko, we presented on the 17th of June to Te Koko, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, similar style report, but on the obviously the transportation and infrastructure relevant proposals, and that was endorsed. So they have endorsed kind of their areas of it. So now we're coming to you to seek the community specific endorsements. Happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. Just around how we mitigate when there comes to a situation between Mātauranga Māori and a technical headbutt, like from advisors, and what that looks like when it comes up into the kaitiaki space, when we have our local rangatira tohunga and a relevant doctor or whatever it is on the other side, how we mitigate that.
So through the chair, yeah, that's I think a big part of that mitigation, and I can only give you a part of that answer, right? Because I'm as to'iwi. That's I can give an element of that. The project structure design plays a really big part in that. So there is a Haukanga Kaitiaki Ropu that's going to very soon to be established. We have 5 amazing people who have been confirmed across the project area, and they are connected into their communities. They are guardians and kind of experts in their own right across Taiao space and also across other elements of adaptation, that feed in. So whether that's community connections or community response and emergency readiness, they are, for the most, I think they're mostly wahine Māori. I think we're trying to get one Tāne hopefully into the group, and their role is to advise the project team and to help work through some of that as well. So we do have a group dedicated to that. The community panels, we are seeking hapu and marae representatives as well to help guide through that, so that I don't think we can avoid it, but at least we're creating the space and the structure to have the right people help us move through that, if that makes sense. And we have committed under, because this project is under Te Hōtaka Uru Tau Hapori, our adaptation program, we have a commitment to uphold and follow Kōrero Tuku Iho, Mātauranga Ahapu in there. So we do have some goals set around what does it mean to do this planning well, and those are set as goals. So we will ask the question of, are we doing this well by fulfilling that, if that makes sense. There's key kind of checkpoints there. Kia ora.
Katie, first of all, thank you for the amount of work that's been put in here. It's colossal. Just a question, can we envisage any effects to these plannings based on the unitary authority, pending unitary authority?
Good plot play. During the process, there will be effects because it's affecting all of us, right? And the uncertainty around how that's going to look is what is affecting a lot of people right now with that. The good thing is that
water, a glass of warm water. Sorry.
I thought you were adding a bit of wisdom. There was we were jumping into a fucking turkey or something. So the good thing about adaptation planning is it's designed for an uncertain future. That's the heart of this work. So the plans are meant to be extremely adaptable. We have a technical advisory group that brings across NRC, Northern Regional Council staff, a lot of different parts of FNDC, different staff. So we are bringing lots of different council roles into the mix early to think about when you have an adaptation plan, is this thing going to be deliverable? Can we actually implement this with what's going on? So we are asking that throughout the way. And once we have adaptation decisions, most of them will come to council to need to implement, and someone's going to have to do it. So it's just going to be really identifying roles and responsibilities well, but the decisions themselves should still be solid and make it through the combination of a unitary authority if that happens. The other thing I will say is we work quite closely across Northern Regional Council and Whangarei District Council, the other climate action and resilience kaimahi in those groups. So we are already kind of talking that through around what it means. So in terms of collaboration now, now. We're already doing that. So hopefully it will be whatever it looks like, a relatively smooth transition.
Thank you, Katie. You answered my second question just at the last, your last summary there. This is one of 5. What's the sort of time frame when we move into the other areas, and how are those selected?
So stage 1, which is the Hokianga, Waimamaku, Whangape, Herekino, the yellow project area. That's the first figure in the report, which is on page 21.
Excuse my interruption. How was that selected first? I just want to know criteria, that's all.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was selected through a high-level risk. Oh, goodness, that took a couple of years to do. That was actually before my time. Esther, I think Esther's in the room. I think I see her face in the back. Kia ora, Esther. Esther's happy that she can probably answer some of that. But that was based on a kind of multi criteria. So looking at lots of different things, risk to council's infrastructure services, risks to tangata whenua, cultural elements, if you will, of significance. It was also based on what's achievable, in getting this done in a 2 to 3 year time frame. So that put this yellow stage 1 area, that put that up to the top. And that's how we designed the program, which council adopted last August, to say, yep, we're starting here. And then stage 2, which is a good chunk of Te Hiku Community Board's area, along with Whangaroa Bay of Island Community Board's area. That starts in 2028 and will go to 2030. So that's the other big, very big adaptation planning project once we finish this first stage, December 2027.
Thank you, Katie. Any further questions?
Yeah, through the chair, I've got a couple. Kia ora, Katie, Eddie Balas here. I just see on page 27 of our agenda, there's a note on community panels and how that's made up. Can you just enhance on how those community panels are made up, please?
Kia ora. Yes, happy to. That's top of mind right now because we're actually, aim is 1st of July in a couple days. We're hoping to start to really get those community panels created. So the community panels, which is 5 community panels, 1 per sub area, are meant to be a really strong representation of that area, right? So that will be where it overlaps with hapu rohe, marae, schools, kura, community groups, local businesses. We're trying to get a really broad and genuinely good representation of who lives there, who makes up these places. We are going to put word out through as many kind of, comms channels as we can. A lot of this will be, as we know, word of mouth, who knows who's saying what to who. And then we're seeking nominations. So nominations can come from self-nomination. If you're just a local, resident ratepayer, you want to be a part of this, awesome. And then nominations will come on behalf of, if someone is, joining their community panel on behalf of a group or their hapu or marae, they can be nominated and we'll work through that process. The Hokainga Kaitiaki, that Ropu that I mentioned, will help advise on some of this with us. And then the project team, myself and a few others, will look at the nominations. We won't be making decisions for hapu marae. If they have the confirmation that they need, that's not up to us then to decide that, obviously. But there's really basic questions around, are you there in good faith? Are you there because you're interested in, the well-being of your place and future generations? Just some very light screening, to be honest. And so that process will happen in the end of July, and then we'll confirm the community panels and reach out to people. So that's how we're going to do it. It's essentially operational at that point. Council, we are seeking council's adoption of the community panels terms of reference, but beyond that, that's kind of the main governance role in it, and then the project team will just get the panels up and running.
So, through the chair, so how many members are you looking at for that community panel?
Yeah, sorry, I missed a little detail there, right? The numbers. So for each community panel, we're going to aim in probably the, I want to say the 12 to 15 range on the smaller side. The South Hokianga sub area, which is, pardon me, I'm just doing a little scrolling here. It's the green on page 24. It's the green that's got Koutu, Pākānai, Opononi, Omapere, Waimamaku. And Whirinaki. That's a very large area with lots of communities, and Hapu and Marae as well. So that one might be a little bit larger, maybe around upwards of 20. So it really will depend on. It will really depend on interest, to be honest. But we don't want more than, we'll probably try and cap it at about 20 because, a community panel at that point, it gets a little unyieldy. And we're aiming for, the sweet spot's probably 15 or so, but we're really going to have to see with these nominations how it goes, and interest as well from Hapu and Marae, how that representation works.
Okay, Chair, thanks for that, Katie. I've got one more question for the Chair. So just for those watching our live stream or those community members we may know out there that might be interested, how much time is it going to take up for them on if they are on these community panels?
Older, yes. So the community panels will start in August, September is the aim. We're hoping to have the first session August, September. There's a commitment to 3 sessions across, from now till December 2027. So it's not a huge time commitment in terms of how often we meet, but we will meet for longer stretches of time. That hasn't been totally set. So we're looking at, probably 3 to 4 hour sessions when they do gather. So it's, and actually on the nomination form, we do ask when people are available. So we are going to try and make it, when people can, what works best across the panel. So it's a commitment of now essentially till December 27 and of at least 3 sessions. These will be, they will be in person. So that's the commitment. There is, we are offering an honorarium. That's what we're hoping to do. This still needs to get adopted by council through the terms of reference, but we are proposing that we offer panelists an honorarium to cover their travel and time, because we recognize, these things, especially travel across the Hokianga, can cost. So, yeah.
Oh, thanks for that. That was going to be my next question. Because how the cost of living and stuff, and then committing to these sort of, Thanks for that, Katie. You've answered all those questions. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Through the Chair, I just noticed on page 30 and on our website, when we're listing the compliance schedule, this is a graphic over the top with regards to the finance and the compliance fund. And my question was, who bears the long-term cost of adoption? Is it ratepayers, landowners, or Crown?
Did you hear that, Kate?
I did. Thanks. That's a great question. So that will come, there'll be clarity around that when we look at across those sub areas and we're developing the adaptation plans. When we start looking at what are our long list and short list response options. So what options are available to us, and then what are the preferred options and the order. And then based on what those are, we'll start to go, right, who are the entities responsible? How is this normally funded? And then go through a very rigorous kind of feasibility testing to see, are these response options massive financial commitments? Do they require kind of major external funding support from central government, from the Crown, for instance? Are these things that could be, funded, whether it's through operational rates, whether it's through capital expenditure? So that will come. Conversations around that will really happen next year when we start looking into kind of the response options and preferred, and start to put pathways together, the plans themselves. But we do recognize that obviously affordability is already a massive issue. So it will be a major consideration. I can't tell you quite yet, exactly who will pay, because we have to go through that, as council and with our community panels.
And just one last question. So triggers like major events, would they bring forward actions?
Ooh. Yes, in theory, yes. So the triggers, when we do, what makes these plans different from other kind of plans is they're like trigger-based plans, right? Because we don't know when things are really going to happen. We don't know how fast change is going to come. We don't know how intense it's going to be, right? So that we have to plan kind of not knowing what's going to happen in the future. And with climate change, it makes it 100 times harder to plan. So yes, a trigger isn't necessarily time bound. We can kind of say, hey, roughly in maybe this 30-year period, this thing might eventuate. An event, for instance, a flood of a certain magnitude, or the coastline receding a certain amount. So if an event that is agreed on as, hey, this is the trigger, we have to start moving from one response to another. If it does happen sooner, then yes, that would push us into movement sooner. Absolutely. So it's not totally like if by at 2030 we're going to start this thing. It's if this thing eventuates, we know what our next step is. Yeah.
Yep. Just feeding off what Bev said, Katie, it seems to me that that's the only way to approach it, is look at the worst event first, or the worst scenarios first. Talking to civil defence, their responses, everyone seems to be behind the eight ball at the moment, just because of the impact it has on our services. So, yeah, just want to table that. So, thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Bill. Through the chair, Del Gardner, Katie. So when this work was started a couple of years ago, I think if we knew then what we know today, we might have changed our priorities, because although Whirinaki is one of the places which I'm so pleased is because they, in this last weather event was affected terribly. And I mean, Kaitaia and other areas in Hiku were affected incredibly too. So we might have changed our priorities maybe 2 years ago, but I guess it needs to really amp up a bit more, I think, quicker, because it's coming quicker now.
Regularly.
More regularly. And I mean, a decision will have to be made to sort of amp it up a bit more, I suspect. Yeah. So that's just me. Thank you.
I think that sums up our apprehensions, Katie. But any further questions of Katie? No. Thank you very much for your report.
Ka kite. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to read out the.
I move, Mr. Chair, the recommendation.
We have a mover. Do you have a seconder, please? Yep. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Thank you. Can you do that? Okay, 7.2, I think. Yeah, electric vehicle charging infrastructure proposal that Te Hiku Community Board endorses the granting of leases for sites managed by the Far North District Council to facilitate the installation of public EV charging infrastructure in off-street public car parks and in areas of council parks and reserves that are already in use as public parking spaces. Do I have a mover? Bill, do you have a seconder?
Yeah.
Thank you. Open for discussion, debate. Questions?
Are we able to hear from the recorder? That's right, Mr. Chair.
Are you? We're going to push you in.
So you guys have heard a bit from Vikram from Meridian Energy earlier today.
That's right. Grab a seat if you want. Grab a seat.
The Meridian Energy part of the project. We've also got another provider of electric vehicle charging infrastructure interested in sites in our district, which is ChargeNet. They're looking for sites with suitability for a longer dwell time for those lower AC chargers to be installed. And since putting together this report for you guys, I've had some confirmation from the providers about which sites they're interested in progressing to the feasibility stage. I just sent them a list of all of the off-street public car parks that were within the board's delegations. The ChargeNet team are looking at Te Ahu Car Park as one of the sites that they're interested in. and also the Cable Bay North car park that we call Little Cable Bay. So, yeah, there are those two sites that ChargeNet are looking at, and then for Meridian, they're interested in sites at the Pukenui Walk car park and at the Malba Street car park that we call the Old Warehouse car park. Yeah, probably close to the public toilet block over there, so that it won't interfere with the parking for the market spaces. Yeah, and I'm happy to take any questions. I don't want to overload you with extra information about electric vehicles, as Vikram's already spoken to that. We are seeing faster growth in electric vehicle purchase than at any time since the government subsidy was removed. So with the current fuel prices, everybody's thinking about transitioning to electric vehicles, including council and our contractors.
Just a quick one. You've mentioned these areas. Are they looking at 2 or 4 in most areas, all areas, or are they variable?
Great question. So Meridian are looking at sites where they can get 4 car parking spaces to install 2 chargers, a charger in the middle and serving each side. ChargeNet originally said that they wanted spaces that were suitable for 6 charging points. But in some of our smaller car parks, there's not really room for 6. So I pushed them back on that, and they've agreed that they would be willing to consider 2, 3 or 4. Yeah. So yeah, just given that we don't have a lot of really large car parks around the place. But the northern and western areas of the Far North District are the least well served in terms of electric vehicle infrastructure at present. Meridian are only really wanting to look at areas near state highways. So Catalog will definitely getting them interested in we're out west. So yeah, we're still seeing some gaps in those areas.
So based on what you just said there, will they be looking further north?
So they're looking at the site in Pukenui and they're working with the private landowners at the Waitiki, isn't it, where the small gas station is. You know, they probably aren't looking at sites at the actual Te Rere Wairoa car park. That'll be a bit more, yeah. But they've got sites at Waitiki which charge. Yeah. So you can look on the plug share map that's linked from there to look at all the existing. Okay. And they're also negotiating with private landowners in many of these areas. So the ones that they've come back to us and said they're interested in are mostly the ones where they haven't come across a piece of private land that's suitable for public electric vehicle charging.
Okay. Any further questions?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, that's great to see you back. And, in regards to Te Ahu car park, Te Ahu actually leases the car park off council and pays a lease. So that obviously needs to come through the Te Ahu board. If you could actually arrange that, please, and talk to Mark Osborne if we've put it on your next agenda.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, so they haven't yet completed the feasibility stage, but contacting those groups because we've got a few places around the district where either council leases the car park or council leases the car park out to other users. So there's one a bit like that in the Te Honora area as well, with the car park, which council owns the asset, but it's built on land that's leased. The provider has already talked to the landowner, but they still have to come back and get a license through council because there's a council lease on the land. Yeah. So yes, obviously.
So that you're aware.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will put them in touch with them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just another quick question in terms of council's not responsibilities, but will council be helping isolated areas? I'm talking far north, just so that they're well informed, as opposed to going into negotiations with someone like Meridian, who's huge, well organised. I'm just using them as an example. That's all. I'm not picking on them. But will there be any support in that area from council?
That's a great question. If there are groups that are wanting advice and support, I'd be happy to provide that as the sustainability and net zero person at FNDC. I know it's a lot of technical stuff to think about, the other thing is the property legalisation side of things. So the property legalisation team at FNDC are reviewing the legal documentation, so that hasn't come to the guys yet. We're not listing leases or licenses at this point specifically, because no leases or licenses will be entered into until the legal advice has been received. So we'll probably return to the board for a future report to advise you guys of the recommendations once the legal advice has been received, and that's looking at probably August or September. The team will have capacity to review all the documentation. Mid-July, there's 14 pages about each site, and it's all in legalese, so I didn't want to try to pretend that I understand all of it. We'll have the legal team review it and provide their guidance on that before making a final decision.
Just so I wasn't clear that I wasn't picking on Meridian, will Contact Energy be playing part of that too?
Oh, ChargeNet.
Yep, the ChargeNet. So yeah.
ChargeNet also provided all of their legal documentation to be reviewed, so I've sent all of that.
Okay.
The legalisation team. So to do that and reviewing that.
Mike.
Mr. Chief, just the Pato, they seem very community driven, both companies. I was wondering if they had any space to give back to community initiatives.
That's a great question. I think Meridian do have some sort of foundation or charitable work. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so.
We will wait to report, Catherine.
No. They've got their own charitable part. Yeah. They deal with their patients. That is absolutely nothing to do with council.
Yeah, as a soon-to-be EV owner, that's all.
Yeah, I can tell you all about Tanara was fun. That's not my area, sorry.
Well, I appreciate your sector knowledge and
yes.
being able to confirm my remarks.
Hilda, could I suggest Takal? That seems to be, it's on State Highway 1 going north, but, when there's Tangi and even the locals, I'm sure they'd have to be consulted first, but that would be a good prime stop for e-charger as well. The Takal store and maybe Broadwood store.
I think that's a great suggestion, but the road reserve through Takal is in the ownership of NZTA rather than FNDC. So we don't have any off-street public car parks in Takal, so I hadn't added that to the list. However, if Kotahi Marae were possibly interested in offering a space for that, or maybe the Whakapiti Orapai Clinic car park, they're not owned by the council, but I would be happy to connect in with those, or ChargeNet. Probably Meridian would be better for the shorter dwell time, because there's sort of not really 2 hours of entertainment in Takao unless you're attending a hui.
Aye.
Thank you for this. Also Broadwood, but again, we don't have suitable off-street public car parks that are sealed. There are the on-street ones, but they don't want to put their charges in a way that the cords have to cross the footpath and create an accessibility hazard. Yeah, so there are a lot of things to consider in this feasibility, so that's why you guys aren't perhaps receiving all of the sites that you might think would be good sites. It's because Meridian and ChargeNet have already said to me, we don't want that one. But I do want to ask advice from the community board about sites, and I have requested a time to workshop this with you guys later on today so that I don't take up too much of your meeting time and all the people who have to hang around for the meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so through the chair, we going because I wanted to concentrate on my subdivision. Are we having a workshop after this?
We hadn't had it scheduled, but we have. We did. Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Cool.
Yeah, because this would be a big discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Want to leave at the end of the meeting, so I didn't want to get too much into it.
Through the chair, I heard you mention now they want to go to Cable Bay North Car Park, but in the Appendix A, it was not recommended that a charging unit go there. So what's the change around? Why the?
It was because that one wasn't sealed, and that originally said they would only consider sealed car parks, but then they said actually they were interested in that one because there are a lot of visitors to that area.
Oh, okay. Because the notes here.
Toilets there, but I'm not sure why they weren't interested in that one.
It's too small.
Too small.
Okay.
It's really small, you know.
It is very small, yeah. And also it's quite close to the creek, so they might not have wanted to go there for flood risk.
Thank you, Anne. And no doubt we'll see you later. Thank you very much for your work.
Cool, thank you.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Right, there we are. Okay, 7.3, funding applications, page 74. This is the one. No, we didn't get that. Oh, right. That the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 10,000 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's Pride of Place grant fund account to Cooper's Beach Combined Bowling Club for costs towards installation of solar power. Could I have a mover?
Yeah.
Do you have a seconder?
I'll second it for that discussion to go into discussion.
Thank you, Eddie. It's open for discussion, debate.
I actually wanted to get Catherine, and before we actually ask her for some question before we got into
Is that across the board you're talking about?
across the board, yeah, because there's like questions like, has our next lot of funding been approved, and those sort of questions, and is it going to be, the same amount approved, or what's our expectation?
Yes.
Yes and yes. That's the same amounts as last financial year?
Yeah, that's what I've been advised so far. Yes.
Okay.
It was adopted on Thursday.
Yeah, that would have been good information.
Through the chair, I did struggle with this application a little bit because it is a private organisation. They did ask for $40,000. I didn't feel comfortable recommending that. I think they need to be looking more widely, casting their net more widely for funding. The other thing is that this board, the bowling club board, have decided not to go ahead with the.
That's right. Yes, yeah.
So I think they should be looking at who they were going to apply to for funding for those sort of projects for this, more than coming to the community board. Yeah, I decided to leave it in your tender hands to make the decision.
Just a question on that in terms of power and the cost of power. Are we more likely in the future to get applications from this based on something? Yes, it sets a precedent.
Well, it does.
Yeah,
seems like it.
And that's part of why I was struggling.
Understand.
We're all struggling with power costs and fuel costs and everything these days. So
Well, it's big ticket items, solar, EV charging stations. So
I think too, as a club, they have enough financial power that they could be taking out a loan against the club, like anyone else would have to do if they were installing it at their home and couldn't pay for it out of hand. like I said, I struggled with this one a lot.
No, thank you. We appreciate that. We have a movement, we have a seconder. Is there any further discussion on this application? If not, all those in favour? Against?
Can we just have a bit more time on this one, Mr. Chair? Or could we let it lie? Or is it seeking?
If you were to leave it to lie, why would you be leaving it to lie?
Did you want more questioning? Mike?
No.
Okay. Bev?
Through the chair, can I make a suggestion? That we go have the discussion through all of them and then come back, bearing in mind how much is left in the pot at the moment.
Okay. Yep, we can do that. So, in other words, no final vote on anything. Just a mover and a seconder?
Yeah.
If that's allowable, not a problem. Okay. Sorry, get back to where I was. That the Te Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Far North Torpedo competition for costs towards equipment hire and promotional material. I just want to note there, just on the person who presented this case or represented this case, Chris, he did mention that the promotional and the equipment are as one, hence that amount, just so we know. It's open for discussion.
We have moved and seconded.
Oh, sorry, moved, yes, sorry. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Mike, do I have a seconder?
And seconder.
Crystal?
Yeah.
Discussion? Debate, questions?
I think, as Whaihuda pointed out, is around some of the engagement for competitions along Te Aotearoa Tohe needs to go back to the beach board. I'm not too sure if everyone's aware of that. And when Whaihuda raised it, I don't think Chris understood that there was something to go through.
He acknowledged it.
Yeah, and I'd just like to acknowledge...
Thank you, ladies.
Acknowledge that if the committee did contact the iwi, might have been before my time. So, yeah.
I understand.
Chair, the next meeting of the Te Aotearoa Tohe Board is the 24th of July, which is after the
Yeah, just noting that.
The event starts on the 8th of the 7th. Yeah.
That's all I had to say.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, as recommended by Bev, we'll just move on. Give us time to think. That the Te Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 4,000 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's community grant fund account to R. Tucker Thompson Sale Training Trust for costs towards 2 Te Hiku rangatahi participating in a youth development voyage. Do I have a mover?
Yes, I'll move it.
Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
So the discussions, questions?
Kia ora. Kia ora. It's a great program. And I've seen kids turn around. Kids who were lowly at school, wondering about themselves. And there's something about the Tucker Thompson ship experience that gives kids a special sort of resilience for future years. That's all I can say. I think it's a wonderful program delivered out of Kororareka, and I just really am amazed at the tenacity of this group that does so much good work for people in the community. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Just the part I don't know who can answer it, but how are these two kids selected?
Normally the schools are sent a schedule. I still get these, even though I've left school. So there's a schedule, and you can book a time, and kids normally, or a parent or a teacher, can fill out a form. And like you can see, it's a huge cost. So sometimes a school will nominate a student, and they'll book a time, when the sailings are happening, and and so it's up to a school whether and it's usually for year 12 and 13 kids. It's not just for anybody. It's for ones who they think just need that extra bit of support.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
Are we going to approve some of these?
No, we're just going to, Bev said, gives us time. What I want to do is go through these, and I think there's a lot of issues people want to think about, and we didn't want to rush that. So looking at time, we might be able to do these, have lunch, and have a talk if we need to discuss, and come back to them. Okay. Am I breaking protocol by doing that? Because there was some hesitation and right at the start.
I'm going to just go over similar ground.
No, I understand. It was brought up at the table, at the meeting. I acted on it. If I need to reverse that, by all means I will. Do you want to discuss first all of these issues and come back later, maybe after lunch, giving you time to look at some of the finer detail to these, or do you want to address them now?
Well, if we're abiding by our standing orders, then if your decision's abiding by standing orders, then
am I?
Through the chair, you can do it.
Okay.
I'm just not sure that for age implications, you're going to remember everything.
No, I understand. Fair enough. Yeah, originally, I think that was brought up just a couple of issues. Yeah.
Just the first one.
Okay.
Just the first one. I think through the chair, I think it's just the concern of that we've got 5,900 in the kitty before the new financial year. There's 87K worth of funding requested application, and that's not the total amount recommended. But I think as a board, and I'm not speaking for the other members, but yeah, my concern is just the whole. We don't want to go into the next financial spending all this money and next minute getting to.
So through the chair, this is effectively your July meeting. It's just the way the calendar's fallen that technically you're still in the 2025-26 financial year.
Right.
So when you go through, you can grant the 5,900 and then you can direct the rest comes out of the new financial year. So you don't have to hold it over or anything like that. We can just split it up. That's not a problem.
Does that make
because you should effectively be treating this as your July
meeting?
Yeah.
It's just unfortunately the way the calendar's fallen. You get technically in this financial year.
But the recommended amounts though equates to, I think it was
significantly more.
Significant, still a significant amount that's recommended for our first financial year funding.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, especially with your recommendation, sort of gives us the.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Back to our first question asked by Adele. Do we want to action each one of these as they stand now, or do you want further discussion, which was asked or by members at the table?
Well, I just think through the chair, there's going to be some hard decisions made today, and either way, you know. So, whether we're delaying our decision or whether we just, as a board, take the hard stance right now, go to lunch, and we're done it. That's all. Okay. Resume back to.
Okay. We'll go back to the first application and do it how we normally do it.
Can we?
The first one was the one that everybody wanted to wait and leave until the end. So
they've just hardened up.
Just hardened
We can leave that one for the end.
Yep. Do we want to leave that one for the end then? That's only one.
Little. Yes. Okay. Couple.
Yes.
Aye.
Ed? Yes. Aye. Okay. There you go. We'll go back to the second one then. That Te Hiku Committee approve the sum of 5,000 plus GSD, if applicable, be paid from our board's committee grant fund account to Far North Torpedo Competition for costs towards equipment hire and promotional material.
I move that. And Crystal second.
Second, okay. Open for discussion.
I think that's a conflict of interest. Who moved that?
Mike.
Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you say your name, please, when you're moving it?
Oh, sorry.
I thought Mike. Oh, Mike Tawaki.
Aye.
Kappa.
We have a seconder. It is open for. Yeah, we have open for discussion.
Yeah,
Just through the chair, thanks, Phil. When I added the quotes up there, it came to 4527.70. So
adjust.
Did they include any additional points that seemed?
Yeah, I did. Maybe I added it wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, he sent through, there were other quotes that unfortunately I just included on there, but I sent through on the separate cover.
Yeah.
About another 6 quotes that they provided for other services.
So that was mainly from metal. Yeah.
I'd like to suggest that I don't agree with it, but obviously if people support it, that there should be some conditions that wherever this event takes place, that it just doesn't take place across the whole of Te Oneiroa Tohi. There has to be an area designated for this competition that the iwi have agreed to. You know, when you can get that, if you wanted to, you could go and see the leadership quickly and get that endorsement. But for somebody to run a competition without asking the iwi, to me, is a slap in the face. So, I don't want to pour water on everything, but I just think there's a lack of courtesy.
Just through the chair, Chris did mention that you could contact the iwi's concerned, so hopefully that will happen. But I'd like to suggest that perhaps we just donate, we have something like about 3.5, 4, something like that.
Was that the Mikey?
What was that, sorry, Mike?
No.
Sorry.
Myself.
I take on board what Hilda's saying. Have we got has Chris got the time to go and see and check?
It's next week.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, and the beach board's meeting is
It's from the
24th.
Oh, it's too late.
I'll tell you what, on Te Oneiroa Tohi, people like the iwi are saying to me as a councillor, you know, they want to deal directly with those questions. So it's like if you can't make an Oniroa Tohi board meeting, then go to the rep for Ngai Takoto is Wallace Rivers. For Te Aupōuri, it's Harata Brown. For Ngāti Kuri, I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. He's the Āpōtoro, the Rātana Āpōtoro. I can't think of his name at the moment. And for Te Rarawa, it's Lisa McNabb. So, that person can, and so that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to support this anyhow, but that there should be some sort of tikanga protocol that the organisers, make that approach, and otherwise, I'll leave it there. Kia ora.
Thank you, Brian.
We can, through the chair, you can still make the recommendation that approval is secured from the other hapu and iwi that have oversight of the areas of Te Anaroa Tohi that you have not already sought approval from, and we can say, and these are the people we recommend you connect with. That we realise time is short at this point, but for any future application you make for this event, we will be expecting to see those approvals in there. It's not perfect, and it is a bit rushed.
Just through the chair, this competition has been going for some time now, and we did allocate $3,000 for June 2024. I'm not sure whether the competition was held last year. I think it was. Are you able to? Yeah, that was, wasn't it? Yeah. So I recommend that we actually give them $3,000 on approval from, they'll have to email the iwi, I guess, at this late stage.
Do I have a seconder? Yep. Pretty much. So, direction, please, Natasha.
And seconder, which is Mike and Crystal, agree with Adele's amendment.
Right.
And we can just
And go through.
keep it.
Yep. Okay.
Especially for the rubbish.
Yeah.
Keep it home.
So the change in this application is 3,000, correct?
Yeah, subject to
consultation with. All those in favour? Against?
I'm against. I'm against.
Okay. Moving on. Third, that Te Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 4,000 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's committee grant fund account to Arataka Thompson Sale Trail Training Trust for costs towards two Te Hiku rangatahi participating in a youth development voyage. Could I have a mover?
We already had.
Yes. We have. Thank you. Okay. Open for discussion.
Straight eyes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Four, that Te Hiku Community Group Board approve the sum of 3,100 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Te Rangi Aniwaniwa Kura Kaupapa Māori for costs towards cultural performance and wood carving resources. Could I have a mover? Seconder. Second.
Did we ever speak into this?
No.
Because you can. Gotcha.
Open for discussion, debate, questions.
We didn't have the secondary.
I did.
I've just seen the mahi coming out of the kura of our rangatahi relearning, reclaiming a taonga. It could potentially be lost. So, and that's with minimal resources currently for all the kapahaka kaupapa. And it's been, what I've seen is helping our tamariki that not necessarily enjoy sitting in the classroom. They get to go out and hands-on with some rako and make taonga. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Just through the chair, and it's very hard to read some of this. It's so little, the wording in Spotlight and what they're actually asking for. And I haven't got my microscope with me.
I have had the limit turn up in the magnifying.
I was just going to pull out my magnifying glass. As noted by Belinda. Credit where credit's due. Now don't any particular issue?
No, just so they're asking for 3,100.
That's right.
So yeah.
Just want to reinforce what Mike said. There's a lot of work done up there, and I see these young people every day getting dropped off in Aonui. It's real good to see. It's good to see the enthusiasm. It's good to see the energy. And projects like this go a long way. Just so you know, I did training 18 years, and it was always the hands-on stuff that brought out the best in everyone.
I just through the chair, I noticed that there's a $1,500 note here. Facilitate the classes. I'm not quite sure what the Spotlight stuff is all about. Let me read.
So through the chair, because they knew the maximum they could ask for was 50%, what they did is they went through and they divided all of their ones by 50%. But you could easily grant, so they've got $1,500 for wood carving and creation, $600 for craft supplies, and $1,000 for arts and crafts materials that they cannot get funded through the ministry, so that still comes to what we're looking at.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Can we look at a partial? Yes, if you wish to make a suggestion for a different amount. Absolutely, that would just do a foreshadow and make that recommendation if it succeeds the next answer. And which ones are specifically they want? Is this the part I'm asking for? All of them.
All still open for discussion.
Due to the board that because it's over the amount of 3,000, if they didn't speak to it, I would like to sort of just shadow another amount of maybe 1,500.
We've got a move of 1,500. Do I have a seconder for that?
Do we have to agree to it again?
No. Someone has to do that, and then that goes to a vote. And if that succeeds, then.
So Dale's moved it. I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion on this? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Motion.
Do I have to leave the room for this one? This next one? Oh no, not this one. Next one. Magnifying glass, please, Bill. I can't find it.
She needs a magnifying glass to find it.
Thank you, Natasha, for making it. Okay, we'll move on to the fifth one. That the Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 5,000 plus USD, if applicable, be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Te Tai Tokorau Te Waka Incorporated. 4. Cost towards. Mike, could you help me there?
Te Hekenga Mai Te Hau Komaru Festival.
2026. Thank you.
2026.
Could I have a mover?
What date is this for? November. Yes. Can we, my recommendation is to leave it to live till next month and give Heading a chance to talk to her application, please.
Crystal has moves. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. All those in favour?
Right.
Thank you.
Now do I leave?
Just a question, when is this festival? Is it now or is it later?
November.
So much, huh?
November.
Oh, November. Oh, yeah, kapai. Kapai.
Okay, moving on. That the Te Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 17,250 plus USD, if applicable, be paid from the board's pride of place grant fund account to Te Uri o Hina Marae Trust for costs towards Marae Restoration Project. Do I have a mover?
I can move it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Oh, I second it for the discussion.
Thank you. Open for discussion, questions.
Just re-declaring my conflict again.
Oh, is that you, Mike, talking?
Right.
Okay.
So through the chair, I would not necessarily have recommended as high an amount if the committee that are working on this project had not already gone through and secured a large amount of funding from outside of the district. This is what will get them over the line to get it completed. They've secured a fairly decent amount from both lotteries and Foundation North for this project. So we are not the first stop for them, we being the board. They have actually been working very hard to try and get funding from elsewhere before coming to the board.
Thank you, Catherine.
You just given its significance to the community of Hokiputu, support the funding, maybe not for the full amount, but partial from our pride of place, potentially. Like Matua said, it's got a flow-on effect. So it starts there, then it starts spreading out. They've got obviously goals for their community, re-engagement with whānau back to the whenua. So that's why I'd like to recommend potentially 10,000 from our pride of place.
I'll second that.
What a second, thank you. No discussion on that? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on. That Te Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 2,218 plus USD, if applicable, be paid from the board's community grant fund account to volunteering Northland for costs towards the costs of running Red Cross Essential First Aid Workshop in Kaitai.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Thank you. Seconder? Open for discussion, questions. Mike?
No, I was going to second. I was about to second.
Jump in the gun, sorry.
Just to note, we've got a local group that does this as well, Shalom. Is the Red Cross based in Kaitaia, the group? Just asking.
There used to be. They used to have a headquarters down Greg Street, as far as I know, through the chair. I don't think it's Greg Street.
Oh, yeah, just the church.
Yes.
You couldn't shine any light on that, Catherine? Where they're based? Okay.
No.
I know Volunteering Northland works with whoever is in the community, usually as their first priority. So I suspect there is some legacy Red Cross up here. I just don't know how.
I haven't heard of them in the time that I've been here anyway, I'm told.
They may be bringing up the trainers and fun.
Yeah. I would have thought that would have been made clear in their application. Yeah. No further discussion?
When are they wanting to run this course? It doesn't say. Yeah.
No, I think it's when they get funding. She's put 1st of August, some of between 1st of August and 27th of November. So in that time period, August, September, October, November, somewhere in that time period, because that's how it's been on getting people booked in. And it will be at Far North Reap, so they're working with them as well.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with Hilda that we should be supporting local big time for our.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's if we start giving away our community money to organisations outside Hiku, then it's
so. According to the chair, the reason this has even come up is because local communities have been asking for the first aid training.
Yeah, sorry, but I mean, let's use that. Are we? Yeah, okay. My move would be to leave this lie and get Volunteering North and get a quote from Salon as well to bring to the next board meeting. For funding application. That's my motion.
Moved by Ed, do I second it?
Yeah,
I'm just reading that we've got young Tara Lewis, who'll be the one. Is it her running it, or that's Nahuia Lewis's daughter? Is she running it, or? And the other thing I noted, like, I'm not opposed to having a first aid workshop. I'm just saying if that maybe Shalom may come, and it's saying that it's a project of 2,218, and that they're going to collect $35 from people. Catherine, have you done all of the?
Yeah.
Like they said the total cost of the project is 2,708. They're asking for 2,218.
Yeah.
And they're getting $35 from participants. So is that okay? So that's the full cost. And are we? And our cope-up is to fund 50% of what they ask for, or 50% of what they, et cetera, et cetera?
Usually it's 50% of the total cost.
Yeah.
So that would bring it to about $1,100.
Yeah, that's all right. I think I made a note of that somewhere.
Yeah. I think I did make a note that this would be another policy decision.
So it is being delivered coordinated by a local. So I'm happy with that. And look, first aid classes are always needed, but I just wanted to note that, we do have Shalom, and they're probably being run once a month or more often than just once. Sorry.
I know in the past when related to industry-related training, Shalom was always available. It was just a little contacting. I think it was Ron.
Yeah.
Lidico. And numbers, place, done.
Yeah.
Yes.
He always presented a very good service, and he was always on call.
So through the chair, are we leaving this to Lai to see if they will get a quote from Geelong? Or
I think we should pay the 50%. Is that helpful or not? For them.
It was moved by Ed that we let it lie. We had a mover.
Yeah, I did.
We had a seconder.
But I vote
All those in favour?
for letting it lie.
For letting it lie.
And with the recommendation of going out for another quote?
No,
Sorry, that was my
that
motion.
was original. I'm just addressing that now. Now we can address this one if someone wants to move accordingly.
Yeah. So first of all, you have a motion on the table saying to leave it to Lai. So you need to vote whether you're going to do that or not. You can then come back and someone can do either those who initially moved and seconded and agree to $1,100 instead of the $2,200, or someone else can foreshadow an amendment and vote on that, and then make your decision. So, first things first, do you want to leave it to Lai on the table?
No, so I'll correct my motion. My motion was to leave it to lie. Right. However, coming back with a quote from Salon, that was my motion.
Mm-hmm.
Not to just leave it lie and then not do anything. My recommendation was to get a quote from Salon.
I think we might be interfering, and I'll take responsibility for my interference as well. I think the people have asked for Red Cross. Maybe, for the next time we just consider that there's Shalom, which I know would be a different price. Is it our job to say, let's find a cheaper price, or?
It's not really our job to do that.
Mm.
But we don't want to be giving money out. This is ratepayers' money. And we need to make decisions on where our money goes. We're elected members on where our money goes. So that's why
this is still benefiting your community. So there is that side to it.
And this application is based on a need
and a request
from the community. So where am I?
Through the chair. So first things first, as Catherine said, you need to vote on Eddie's motion.
Right. Which, can we repeat that, please?
My motion was to leave it lie and recommend the applicator come back with quotes from local first aid services that possibly they could use for their service, which I recommend for the community to our next meeting.
Moved by Eddie, second by Adele.
So just through the chair, so I hear that, in here, that a local person is actually going to be doing, facilitating the actual Red Cross session. So it's not just Red Cross doing it, it's standing.
Because there's a travel charge and there's an accommodation for 1 night.
Well, the recommendation by the 50% is at 1,100. It's a 50%. I did sort of have a look at that.
We're drifting a bit. Can we get back to the original Eddie's motion and deal with that, please?
It's not carried.
So first things first, you've moved it.
Yep.
Now you need to vote on whether you are going to leave it to lie or not.
And we had a seconder.
Yes, Adele seconded it.
Okay, so let's go around the room because it looks like it's going to be by division.
Yeah.
So, Adele?
No.
So you're against?
Why did you move it?
Well,
You
to
said-
discuss it,
Okay,
to
gotcha.
discuss it only.
Eddie?
Aye.
Crystal?
I'm against.
Mike?
No.
Yes?
Against, sorry.
Against.
So through the chair, I'd recommend the 50% of 1,100.
So that's foreshadowing amendment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless those who moved and seconded agree to just change it.
Originally moved and seconded, moved by Adele, seconded by Mike.
That was the 50% you're talking about?
That was the
No,
original
the original.
section.
Okay.
So do you agree to?
Yeah.
Vote by division, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
So all in favour?
No, I'm
Aye.
against.
50%.
Yeah, $1,100.
That's 50%.
Through the chair, what happens is Eddie's motion to leave it to lie until we get the vote from Shalom has not passed. That was lost. So we're now going back to the original one, which was 2,200. But with the suggestion, Adele suggested that we do 50%, that you guys pay 50% of that. She was the mover originally. Mike, you were the seconder. So if you both agree to go with 50%, so that's open for discussion.
Was I the original seconder?
The conversation's got a long
Sorry. Yeah.
So do you want to discuss now?
Yeah.
Or just going to vote for 50%, so which is $1,109.
Can I say something here or no?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just based on the way I'm going to vote. So due to the need, which is what Catherine is stressing, that's why I'm going to support the 50%. But also is there an opportunity to let volunteering Northland know that in the future we'd like to have
Thank you, Crystal.
first aid training facility included in the program?
Absolutely. And what I've done is I've made a motion that's with like what we see.
Okay. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
So we're unanimous. Eddie, you're not against? You want to?
No, on that, Crystal just said, member Kamara, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, our last one. The Te Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 5,000 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Youthline Auckland Charitable Trust for costs towards the cost of Youthline support for youth in Te Hiku. Do I have a mover?
I'll move the discussion.
Yeah, second it.
I'll second the discussion.
Open for discussion, questions?
Was everyone happy with, I know it's not sort of thing where you look at the numbers, but that is a significant amount of our rangatahi that dialed. And it was a real good question, Adele, so I think exactly pulling that one up.
Yeah. Because it would have been good to, through the chair, it would have been good to know how many Te Hiku. And you'd think that one of the questions would be, where are you located?
So
they
just
could capture that data. Or,
yeah, we just don't go through this by the sensor because that's what you keep going back to.
Yeah. Actual contact here.
I like the work they do, and I know we don't have online services up here, and I'd like to suggest 4,000.
Hilda, Eddie here. So what's your reasoning behind the 4?
I'm aware they get a lot of funding, and yeah, just being easy on our account.
A bucket.
So
1 second.
I'll second Hilda's 4.
If you agree, Mike and Eddie.
Because we're the originals, yes.
So we've got 4,000.
Aye.
Do we want to discuss further, or would you like to vote?
Vote.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried.
Oh, sorry, Stu, I just want to jump in there, but are we able to still go back to the applicant on a couple of like our
What would you like me to say?
just ask them if they are going to come to future or ask the board for future funding? Could they come with steps?
Stats for the previous couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
They should be sure that does.
Excuse me. What's that, sorry?
I'm not sure if they can get the information for privacy reasons from the callers. So maybe someone doesn't want to disclose.
Chair, I know that we had in the past about this, and they were able to get general.
Yeah. You must have fun.
So you're not saying, well, we know that Fred in Greg Street, Kaitaira, it's just, we know that a student from this area.
She was very confident when she said the number of, so trust.
Yeah.
I would have thought that one of the questions is, what area do you come from? So we can probably send you in the right direction to different support groups.
Well, this is the initial report, so it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
And if you've got someone that's running up threatening to harm themselves, the last thing you're going to go, so where do you go?
Yeah, no, understand. Yeah, asking too many questions at that stage is not good.
You're right there. Excuse me, I'm just wondering whether I should end my life like you asked me question 25.
Point taken. Through the chair, are we just able to? I haven't done any totaling, but have you got a total so far?
I don't. The other thing is that you do still have Cooper's Beach as well.
Yeah. That's why I asked.
Just a question. Do we want to have lunch, take a break and come back for Cooper's Beach? Or do you want to address it now?
Well, it's 20 to 1. Catherine be able to pull up what's left in the...
About 23 at the moment.
Just need to tell them.
Yeah, fine. Just that we need to advise at lunchtime. But
So at the moment, you've
Only
got
water will-
23.
And 10 if that goes.
Yeah, but it's still.
Yeah.
sorry, Catherine, what was that?
23,600.
Okay, thank you.
That's what we budgeted. So 10,000 of that came out of the placemaking, but that's overall it doesn't make a huge difference.
So a response to my question was?
Well, you only have one application left to consider, which is Cooper's League.
That's right, yeah.
And I think as a board, you are leaning towards a decision, so it might be just as easy to power through and then you can break for lunch.
Based on that motivational speech.
Well, I was watching your face.
Exactly.
And you know,
Yeah.
kind of know what you're leaning towards, so.
I think no one wants to say it.
You're going to have to make the
That's
decision.
right.
I think.
Yes. That's part of our. Could we just recap? Do we have a move on that? Natasha, on the Cooper's Beach?
We did. Adele moved, Eddie
Second. Okay. Further discussion?
Private place. Yeah, facility.
I just want to put a motion forward and provide a place for 5K for this project.
Are we on break?
I think they're frozen, Fire.
They definitely have frozen. Not sure what's going on there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. The room's just dropped out.
Sorry, what was that? Is there a lunch break? Kapai. It's all right. Maybe it's best I don't know. It's all good. And do we know what time they're coming back from lunch?
I'll check with Natasha Whahira and I will let you know.
Kapai, thanks. Sorry, what was that, Harley?
H12? Okay, thank you.
Natasha, can you hear me? I can't hear you. The room's back. Thumbs me up if you can hear me. Oh, ka pai. Thank you. Just preparing my mic.
You know, is that here? 7.27. It jumps. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to 7.4, project funding reports, page 94. That Te Hiku Community Board note the project reports received from A, Douglas Bay Business Association, B, Kaitai City Rugby Union Football Club, C, Māori Women's Welfare League. Do I have a mover?
Yep, we'll move it.
Seconder, please.
Yeah, I'll second.
Open for discussion. Question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to talk about the Monganu Festival and how great success that was, and the Douglas Bay Business Association did a really good job in bringing that back to fruition, and I attended as a committee member and as an elected member as well, and what a great turnout that was, and it was great to see that come back to our region, the whole festival itself. So great turnout. And
considering the weather here.
Yeah, just beforehand.
Yeah. It was on.
As soon as I seen your live that morning, your photo.
Yeah.
No parking issues?
No parking issues. It's quite well done with the whole shuttles. Yeah, shuttles. The shuttle service that they have going was was really good. No issues. It was,
yeah.
So
passed a few of the vendors on the way out.
Yeah.
In terms of vendors, Eddie, did you get your target number? Or
yes.
over and above?
Yeah, again, above actually, it's full capacity for vendors, so there's no room for anyone else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good. So I know tomorrow night there's another meeting tomorrow night, and I think dates are going to be set at that meeting for next year's Monganu Festival. So yeah.
Any more further questions? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Okay, moving on to number 8, information reports. Page 105, 8.1, chairperson and members' reports. I'll start this one. Mover.
I'll second.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Take 9 is read. You will see on my issues, etc. This is just a recap from last month's one. I've just done some updates as they've come. And so that's where that is. And probably it was a good idea in hindsight because our reports this time around to council will be postponed until the next meeting, just because of the workload. Open for any questions.
No, just through the chair, just on your one, Mr. Chair. One, I know there's a dune erosion planting event going on this Saturday to help protect, the dunes as per your issue 1 there. So that's going to be a great thing for our out at Parapifi, the whole event for planting. I think they're looking at planting about 2,000 of the dune erosion plants. So
Pino.
Yeah.
Whereabouts it?
That's starting at Dick Smith, Gerlitz Road there, and the Kaitai Marae is leading the whole charge and that. That's going to be great. So looking forward to seeing all our community members and people involved and helping out there. So
So just following on from that, they're doing that at Taipa too, aren't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
And I think it was after a council meeting, I met Ed and we went to Taipa to that presentation, and we saw a lot of their work. Up in front of us. Doing some real good work. It's just a pity that it's a lot and just a few people. It's hard for them to get the labour. So I was hoping that, and I talked to them prior to leaving, hoping they'd get in contact with the probation services, just to utilise them. They have in the past, but again, it's issues about toilets and making sure that they're supervised. But yeah, they're doing amazing work. And the other thing I just want to follow up to, it's the damage on the dunes that's real concern to us out there. And that's why I wanted to take a page out of Pato's book. I wanted to talk to them whenever these guys are ready, what they're doing, how it's working, so we can basically don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can hit the ground running again.
Kia ora, Bill, about your report, just apartheid, please. We all got an email from somebody in Whatuwhiwhi disagreeing with something to do with the fire station or the Rangiputa Community Hall.
Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, I don't understand what the issue was.
Okay. I think myself and Adele was included in that because we'd been working on that issue for some time back in the last triennium. A local resident has inquired as to why we're giving back the hall to the community at Rangiputa. And basically my reply was, number one, the community originally built it and gave it to the council. Correct me if I'm wrong, Adele. Gave it to the council as they couldn't manage it. That was then given to Rural Fire Brigade, who are tenants now until about August, September, sometimes before they move into the new fire brigade or fences new building in Whatuwhiwhi above the hall. So that's where he just wanted to query why I moved that we give that hall back to the community for community use. He was just questioning that fact.
Well, it makes sense. I wasn't sure whether he was a member of the fire department or...
No. The person responsible for the email, he's got land down this area, and he's pretty proactive when it comes to land use and some of the issues on the Karikari Peninsula. That was all. It was a valid question, but I did say that the organisation taking over the hall was now incorporated, so they're a legal, the official group, and we'd been consulting with them. I also said that their chair from the Rangiputa group had also addressed the community board twice, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong again. Just to let us know why the community wanted it and their ideas about future management.
Kapai, thank you for that. Because yes, it sounded like they fundraised for it. It was used for another purpose. It's no longer needed. That's what you do if it's not council property.
Yes, and about a week ago, again, just for the information fire, I went to a meeting with FNDC, who addressed the ratepayer group at the hall and clearly stated then, including the Rural Fire Brigade, that they were fine with that going back to the community as long as they had access to it in emergency events, which is totally acceptable by everyone.
Thank you.
It's a good update.
Okay. And the other issue there's the hillside. That was always a big one with the community. I met staff out there, and basically they linked me to Fulton and Hogan. So I've asked Fulton and Hogan, their manager, just to let us know when they're looking at the site again, and then they'll go over their proposals for that slip. Just for your information too, what they plan to do. I know they don't want to impact the area as much as we'd probably like, but again, any work on that area is better than none at this stage. So we wait for them to give us a call, and we'll be inspecting that hillside again with them. And hence, this is straight out of my last report, but with those updates. Any further questions? Okay. To my right, Mike.
First of all, I know I broke our 100% record of being the community board that always gets our reports in, and not using it as a excuse as well. But thank you to everyone for checking in with what my whānau's been through over this last month. Really grateful for those check-ins, and you know, just coming out of that was trying to chase my tail to recirculate and come back to putting a report together. And so again, I apologise for not putting a report together. Still attending some of the workshops in the, especially around the Unitary, all of those online meetings. But if I could draw on some, firstly, my RFSs, I think they're all being closed off, so that's cool. But some community issues that through the passing of our auntie in the way, a lot of community concerns coming around meth. And there was a suggestion around how we look about looking after our elderly who live alone. What's the chances of CCTVs? What does that look like? In our region, so in regards to some of the community concerns that's been and yeah, again, apologies for breaking our 100% record whānau. So, thank you for accepting my verbal report.
Just one question, Mike. If you want to understand about CCTV, Whakawhiwhi, you know, they've been right at the forefront in terms of putting in CCTV. They can give you a good idea on the management, the long-term costs, updating, et cetera, et cetera. So, and similarly too, with Aoni now all linked to the police.
Yeah.
So you've got some templates out there if you want to look at that.
Awesome. Cool.
Through the chair, there is also someone within council that works with CCTV. Right.
Thank you.
So,
yeah. There's some concerns coming from whānau of elderly, and you know, if we don't think about it, it just sort of there. So I was just like, wow, prime opportunity to take up their course. So I'm sort of taking it on myself to learn a bit more and what levers we could pull to assist our elderly.
Always available if you need any.
Kia ora.
Crystal.
Kia ora tātou. So I'll just take my report as read. A little bit slim this month, but yeah, I'd just like to, so Catherine and I attended a small community funding planning hui with some residents from Kaimomo, just in regards to their dumping of rubbish site at the end of the Kaimomo turnoff. They've actually been really proactive. They've started a bit of planting there, and it's managed to deter rubbish dumping just in the last fortnight. So
good on
just
you.
commend them for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Any questions?
Can I ask a question, please, of your report, please, Crystal?
Hi.
So just talking about the land lease renewal for Waipapa. So this is a really this is an issue that hasn't been dealt with for 11 years. There are areas in the far north that are treaty settlement lands. And I know Waipapa, because this came up in the last triennium. I wasn't sure, but somebody at the school there were looking for a lease to renew the lease. And anyhow, the long and short of it is that eventually found out that that's part of the treaty settlement lands. That one, the Aonui, where the housing for the elderly places. And I'm just wondering, why is the council running leases when it could be directly done with the, the iwi and whoever the leasee is at Waipapakoti domain. They may not want to use it, but why isn't that mana changed over? So that's for Waipapakoti, and the other issue, which is the other treaty settlement lands, and I don't know if these others and I can bring that up when I talk, is about the awanui housing for the elderly. So I just thought it would be easier for the council, it would be just like, I don't know really what to say. Treaty settlement lands could be just given back, and the leases could be handled by, the owner. But at the moment, council's called the owner, but they're not. They're making the lease, but they're not actually the owner. It's been agreed in legislation, so I don't understand the status of it. I don't have a full sort of legal understanding on it, but I just find it strange.
Just to reinforce what you're saying, Claire, tonight I'll be responding to an email in regards to the elderly flats in Aonui. I noticed you've already responded, but those are some of the issues, exactly what you're saying about ownership, about management. I just want to table some of those different approaches as opposed to just putting through a bulldozer. I just can't believe that we're losing 6 houses without further consultation, without looking at different options, as opposed to just giving me a piece of paper saying they're gone. I don't accept that. So I noted that you said the same thing. So thank you. I'll be talking to them tonight.
That's all. I'm sorry, Crystal.
No, it's all good. No worries.
Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take my report has been read. Just a couple of things from mine. RFSs, and thanks to Bev for sending us a spreadsheet to show us what our current RFSs are and what the closed ones are. So just looking at mine I've still got 4 open, and I've had 9 closed, which is I'm quite happy with that. And so yeah, thank you to you, Bev, for sending us that to keep us up to date on where our RFSs are. Just my community issues. I had an email from one of my community members just querying about the Mill Bay Road, and I responded to say that it is still on within our agenda. The Mill Bay Road's been on the agenda for the community board for a little while now, and she just was wondering whether it was still on our table, whether it was still going to be looked at, and I gave her the reassurance that I'd be still advocating for that footpath to be looked at, once funding. But we did have priorities at the time to look after the Karahawa road footpath, so just the Hihi speed limits. I know we had a presentation last board meeting from the ratepayers, and it was a good presentation. I sent an email off to say thanks for attending and thanks for coming to the board to give us a presentation. But this is one big thing I do want to try and get into our agenda and get staff to comment on, and I'm hoping that that staff can come back to us as a board and give us some update on where that's sitting at, where that's sitting for us, because I am going to be harassed by the ratepayers out there about, where it's at. And I think it's a big, it is a big thing that I'd like to, try and get sorted for them out there, so one request for me is that can we have staff please address that? That's where it's at. Give us an update, whether it's even reached the Transport Committee, and within the council, just so an update can happen and they can bring it back to us at the next board meeting, please. And I've just had an email now just to say that the camera's getting set up at Back River Road at 4 today, so I'm really looking forward to getting out there maybe today or tomorrow and looking at the setup and maybe doing a video so I can try and do some see if we can avoid the whole big illegal dumping going out there, because it is pretty massive out there, the whole illegal dumping. So I'm hoping from today onwards we can see the rubbish getting limited and illegal dumping's been improving out there. So that's great news to see a email come through today to say there's going to be a camera set up. So
well done, Ed. And just adding to you too, Ed, on that, the camera set up at the top there, what's the road?
Yeah, Church
Road.
Yeah.
That's a good template. It is working. So
it is working, and every time I drive past the Church Road, I see less and less black bags. So I just think it is really working, these cameras, and I just hope that maybe the community maybe gets involved, and I see like a prime example is the Kaimau community, is that one of their signs had gone missing, and next minute it was up on social media on the Facebook saying who's taking our sign. So the community was engaged in trying to get back ownership or taking some ownership over there. Who's taking our illegal dumping sign, or don't no dumping here, and it was great to see the community involved. Yeah. So it's great to maybe see the community trying to get involved and engage with this problem that we have too.
Thank you, Ed. No more questions of Ed? Adele.
Thank you. Okay, just take my report as read, but I just want to elaborate on a event that I know Bill attended with me through his Business Association along with NRC about the debrief on the flooding in Kaitaia. So after that event, we had a bit of a meeting because the relevant people were there, like NRC and one of our top people in the waters was there too. So we had a meeting afterwards with Trevor.
Trevor was there. No, I had to go. I had to go.
So it was resolved to look further into the work being done by NRC on the river and drain connection into the Matthews Outfall land drainage drain. So we looked at the development of a residential area and where it should discharge, possibly without going towards the intermediate. And we're to get some LiDAR survey data from NRC to look at ground contours. So we looked into the Matthew Outfall drain profile and capacity. NRC may be able to help set up a meeting with the farm owner who the Matthew Outfall flows and discusses thoughts and options. And get a copy of the Kaitaia Stormwater Management Plan and maps showing the assets to what pipes and flows are meant to be in place from FNDC. So it was really, really positive. It's going to be ongoing for a little while because it's good that we had FNDC and NRC staff at that meeting, and they can absolutely work together to help with that discussion going forward. Is there any?
Not a question, Adele, but just an update again. The last council meeting on Thursday, Fine Off-Roading did give a presentation to the work that's going on in Commerce Street, down off Tay Street, and also, I asked the question about how long, where they were going to extend it next, and so they'll be looking down, is it Empire Street and East Lane by the back of the
warehouse where we had all those flooding. So that's underway too, just as a backup
Okay,
and addition to your report.
thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, was there an update? Was there some stormwater road closures happening in our?
That's right, at Cave Street.
Oh, is that through there? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And it's going to be progressive.
And has our businesses all been?
They would have been all notified.
Oh, okay.
And they've left that up to final folding. So, yeah. But it's all color coded, all staged. And that's what the questions were all around. But again, it wasn't just that area. Then they've got the next portion of the streets to sort out too, especially around the warehouse there where we had the flooding through the gym and all that. So
just in reference to like elderly or disabled, and they've taken
those questions were asked to Ed. Yes, okay. They're well aware of it and how they can cope with that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. He's not here today. Where is he? China. Yes. Okay. Take his report, Trevor's report is read, but I just want to add to it and thank him for his the illegal dumping rubbish at Hirikino transfer station. I think 2 or 3 of you were there. Thank you for that. I couldn't make that. I was in council, but also thank him for his video. Once again, he shines on camera. So thank you. So moving on, that's our reports. All those
Could I give a verbal report, Bill?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I.
Kapai. I did submit a report, but I'll talk to Bev about why it didn't come forward. But I suppose the only ones I really wanted to highlight today was the Kaitaia Airport update. So, as you know, the seal has been done, and they're progressing they're progressing the lighting, the fuelage, storage of fuel, and we have as a rōpū, I think we're meeting again on Monday, our working group. We are looking at a new airport hangar, which will be twice the size of the current one, because there was so much wrong with the current one. It would cost us maybe, the cost comparisons at fixing it up and levelling it and getting rid of asbestos was just more sensible to go with a new building. So that's been costed. Penetaui has come on board as a Ngai Takoto rep. So that's the Kaitaia Airport. Things are moving kind of fast there, but it looks like most of the Crown budget may have been spent. Anyhow, yeah. The other one we all may have seen, I got an email and a few reminders about the Te Hāpua Post, about objections to, many of you would have seen it, the 100k speed limit put on the road that goes down to the wharf, and the point was made that it's, kids and horses and normally ambling up that road. And so why would you have a 100k speed limit? And also the placement of the signs, it was said to be culturally insensitive in front of the marae, and I'm not sure what they're talking about, which signs, but in front of the marae and the urupa. And so I don't know what happened, but I have forwarded that on as an RFS, and I have said to a number of people from Te Hāpua that I'm sure our roading team will address it. But the issues about speed. So in the last triennium, we approved, reduction of speed in a number of places because we heard submissions. And then, anyhow, long story short, we went ahead and approved those reductions and then got stung when the government said, no, you're not going to have those reductions. And then we were accused of wasting $200,000 worth of ratepayers' money when the government said, no, you can't do that, and we're going to put these signs up. So I think it's really important that we put a list of roads together. I know that some have been put forward around schools, but, you've got Henry, there's Te Hapua, and I've had a number of people also at the school and Fire Angel complaining about the speed signs, up at Quarry Road. On the Awanui Strait, it's 80, but it's 100 Ks on Quarry Road in some places, et cetera, and an inappropriate speeds limit at outside the kura. So I just hope we could provide a list of streets, roads. Otherwise, we're going to be acting randomly all through the year. Just a suggestion. Coming back to the Awanui pensioner houses. So, I was really surprised because, again, last triennium we had a number of people who volunteered to take over housing for the elderly, and there were stipulations that there had to be people who were could wrap social services around elderly, wasn't going to be used to, by developers to make money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there were all kinds of bureaucratic obstacles. Anyhow, so council has divested many of the housing, elderly housing, to Far North Holdings. Far North Holdings have come back and said, well, we can do this, but we need XX amount of money. So coming back to Awanui, again, this is treaty settlement land. Ngai Takoto have been asking for 3 years for, to be able to run the village because, like you say, we just heard last week that they will be demolishing 6 units.
Right.
I'm not a builder, and I know they've had lots and lots of things, but to me they require some repairs, and council doesn't have money for it because we're always having to justify how we spend our money. But we were entertaining in the last triennium that we would consider working groups, interest groups, people with social services, and who had CHIP status, who could take over, as a sort of a, I don't know, as an operation really. And so I think it's premature to bulldoze the houses. And I would rather support the motion that Ngai Takoto said, or the recommendation they made was that they unbundle the Awanui houses and that they work together with Far North Holdings and council to make that, keep that as a really good area for senior tenants. So, I'm just signalling that, Bill, I don't quite have the answer, but I just think that local answers are good.
Thank you.
Local answers are good. The other thing is to just make a mention that Awaikinui opened in Awanui last week, and I just want to mention them because they're a group of Rarotongans who are resident in Te Hiku, who've opened a shop right there in the main street opposite the, I don't know what's their name. What is it? Opposite? Oh, it's next to the Bolaro Cafe where the canteen used to be. And that was a really wonderful occasion for people from the Moutere there. In the Unitarian NRC, I have to say, and because the submissions are over, I'm in favour of us staying in our own area, FNDC, with some NRC, of the operations, a percentage of the. I don't see much value. Sorry. anyhow, that's my personal opinion, that we stay in our own region. And what I am really concerned about is that Hapu and Iwi agreements. I'm worried about Hapu and Iwi agreements that have been made with FNDC become undone when we move into some great big conglomerate. So I'm sort of just really wanting to signal that. I'm wanting to signal that early, and also to note that it's very disappointing in our Kuaka Te Ao Māori committee that there's been such a fuss made about it. Anyhow, so I think that our Māori committee serves a lot of interest and doesn't. When you think about all our iwi and hapu partners, they actually give a lot back to the community. It's not always about taking from council. In fact, hapu and iwi give a lot back to the communities as well. So that's all I've got to say, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Fire. Just a couple of things. I turned up at the airport on the Friday, the 26th, but no one turned up, probably because of the weather. So I just had a good chat to the locals. No doubt, like you just said, there's another pending meeting coming up. In terms of the elderly homes, they're wanting to pull down in Aonui, there's just been, after the initial approach that council were going to give them over or work with a partnership with Whānau Holding, there was nothing more after that. We'd heard nothing. So I just feel that there's a lot more work to be done there and a lot more ideas, like you've mentioned, some of them that need to be addressed before any further steps are taken. So thank you for that.
For Aonui, for Ngai Takoto, I think the main contact is Carol Bergen. And she's really, she's a sort of a go-go kind of girl. And she's really wanting to work with, Te Runanga o Ngai Takoto, are really wanting to work with Whānau Holdings Council and whomever to, provide housing in our district on their land.
And that was my point. There's been no record of any of that discussion taking place. So, kia ora whai.
Hey, Hilda, Eddie speaking. Was there any, at our March meeting, I know there was mention about that secondary runway. Is anything, has there been any progress? No.
They're not, they have fenced around, they're not going to fix the second runway.
Okay.
They have, the fencing is now cut it off. So, no, they're not going to upgrade that. We decided that we would go on a seal, a microchip seal that would last 15 years rather than going for two runways. One isn't used much at all. And even though it would be good, and we didn't want to come back to ratepayers in 5 more years saying, we need to do the seal again. So they've made a pretty heavy duty kind of seal that you can just top up every now and then. But no, they're not doing the second seal, Eddie.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. No further questions? Thank you, Fire. Okay, moving on. Where are we? 8.2, page 114. Sorry, let's go back to 8.1. All those in favour of accepting the reports?
Aye.
Against? Abstain, carried. 8.2, 2025-26 end of year funding report. That Te Hiku Community Board received the report 2025-26 end of year funding report. Could I have a mover? Bill?
Move. Oh, yep.
Second, Ed. Is there any discussion, questions?
Very straightforward.
Yeah.
It is.
I try to make it easy to follow.
You know as well.
If I can follow it, everyone else should be able to.
No further discussion? Have we got a quorum with that one? Yeah. All those in favour? Oh, here he comes. We'll just wait, so.
He's got a question.
Yeah, exactly. Mike, we're just on 8.2. There's been no discussion at the table from us here. We just give you the chance to talk with it if you need to. 8.2, page 114.
Yep.
It's been moved and seconded.
Yep. Kate, fine.
No questions. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Abstain? Carried. Thank you. All right. Okay. 8.3, page 134. To Hiku Committee Board, Open Resolutions Report. That Te Hiku Committee Board received the report. Te Hiku Committee Board Open Resolutions Report for June 2026. Move, Bart, please.
Yep.
Thank you, Adele. Second.
Yes.
Open for discussion. And I think we've already recorded what you were talking about, Ed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that was all good.
Yeah, just the resolution through the chair to establish a working group. See, these are some of the resolutions that it would be nice to have some staff
Page
feedback or update. Sorry, page 137.
With that particular one, it's not so. It will have to be, I guess, established as the current drainage boards are. So we'll need to develop terms of reference and select members. And that's.
But then how long, what my question is, through the chair, my question is how long, so that's just all I'm asking is where's an update for it, or where
the update is we're trying to gather more information regarding requests and allocate to correct team. Border team is adamant that it's not their job. So we'll need to figure out who, when, and how we can create this group. Also, I've been told that our Northland Regional Council is doing a lot of work on this already, and that some of the questions might be answered at that meeting that was happening with the business association. And
I gave a bit of an update so that we were together, right? Because all the relevant people were there. So there'd been nothing started by FNDC to start up a reference group. So we thought, well, seeing as all the relevant people are here, we might as well get together. So, so that's what we did. So I've given you all an update where we're at. So I'm not quite sure what the next steps are. I'm hoping that FNDC and NRC is going to work together on this project. It's about getting the two councils together to work on it.
I have to make a comment. Over those six going on 7 years we've been working, this has been a continued thorn in our side. Not for any other reason except that we don't get traction. Just when it looks like we're getting traction, it slips off again. I don't get enough, we don't get enough commitment from relevant staff, call it what you may, that can just keep the process going. I also note that soon we'll be losing staff. Can I mention Tanya Proctor? And so, she's been with us for this, 2-3 years, Adele. And so now, once again, we will swing backwards and start relearning again. And I'm real worried about that, because when we had our elections of chairs for Motutangi, et cetera, it was good. Everyone was on the same page. But again, now, when we get it in resolutions, it drops off. And that, what Ed's saying, that's not what we wanted these open resolutions for. We wanted to track everything. We wanted an answer. We wanted direction. What's next? And I just feel like Ed, that's slipping away a bit again.
Yeah, and that's through the chair, and that's what I was trying to get at, was that having our open resolution report, having these resolutions in our chart so we can keep an eye on it. But there's no point in having a resolution on there if we're not going to get updates or, this notes column here. And I see, for example, page 139, even this one's still sitting there, the Stanley, the Stanley Julian chair, it's already been declined by Hapu and Iwi. So why can't, let's, this item is currently waiting to be presented to council for final decision. I mean, it's not going to take them long to decide for them to, and there's a resolution sorted, but it's just going to keep sorting. So it's just just for you, Mr. Chair, it'd be just quite good to have some up-to-date notes for our resolutions each agenda, if that's possible, even if it's no update, there's nothing to report and there's no update at this stage.
And Eddie, just adding to, if you talk about the chair, all I would want is this is going to be presented to the next meeting at done.
The council meeting.
Yeah, that's all we're asking for.
And then we could look at this open resolution report and then, we probably would have passed it already without discussion because we've seen all the updated information here. But when we don't have any notes next to resolutions, then we start asking questions. That's all.
Through the chair,
how can we address this?
The no update note I remove because it's just additional noise. If you want it in there, I can put it back in there. With the updates, it's not up to me to promise you that there will be an update for every meeting. I collate the information that I get. I can't.
So you are bound by the next agenda of council? Or?
I'm bound by staff who are working on these issues to give me an update.
Yeah, okay.
So my job is to present the information.
Can we just tell them we need urgency on these things? If I need to visit, talk, that's fine. I'll do that.
Even for you, Mr. Chair, is it all right to put on your report at a council when you do give your chair report?
Yeah.
That'll be going. Yeah. That the board is using the open resolution report.
Yes.
Very how do you word it? Yeah, actively.
With minimal response.
And
updating.
From my board, can we get some responses from staff? Yeah, that'd be awesome to say that, bring that up at the council table.
So we've got the he business to go on, which we talked about.
Yeah.
So in public forum today, we heard from Matty Radich about Karingaringa Harbour. So are we going to put anything on this open resolution or do a resolution to our open resolution page about that and support them or not? It's these sort of things when people come to us, we need to follow up.
Sorry, he wasn't really clear to me. Was he saying that he wanted to get access to the beach, but it was locked?
To the harbour?
To the
harbour. Well, apparently it's locked to the locals too, in some cases. But yeah, to answer your question, I wasn't really sure what he was saying, so yeah.
Okay, I was just asking the question, do we support or not?
Well, I think it's, it has come from a local, and it's so, but yeah, I was a little bit confused through you, Mr. Chair, like Hilda, about, because that's why I asked the question about whose land is it?
Yeah.
Because if it's trust land, or if it's not council-owned land, or it's not, then the owner has the rights to close their land off. I mean, so I was a little bit confused about.
I'm happy to look into it.
Thank you, Beth.
Please,
Yeah, just look into it.
Just to give us some more guidance on that, that'd be great. So I don't think it needs to go on.
No, well, I was just sort of, leaving that as an example, really. Yeah.
But some guidance back on Mr. Radich's, because I think a few of us were confused.
Yeah.
Even also the warehouse one, I think, like, there was some news to me about the update. I don't think it should come. Yeah. I don't think we should be hearing it from
the public
person about what's going on with the warehouse, when not even us as a community.
We don't know. No, you're right.
So
yeah,
I would like to think that we will get an update on that situation, perhaps in our July meeting or early August meeting.
That would be good to ask.
It was. I think I requested that information in one of my reports, maybe the one before this. But again, we didn't address anything from our community board chair reports. But I'll bring it up again with this open resolution that you want me to talk about. So cool.
So, Hilda, do you know, or have you had an update, or like is there something in the public?
No, I have nothing, and I haven't been involved because it was a conflict of interest. So the A&T Trust, but I did ask Guy, could he make the CEO, could he make a call, just say yes or no? And he may have sent a letter to A&T. So I don't know anything. Sorry, Eddie.
No,
I can find out, but it should really come from council.
No, it shouldn't come from,
even to have a distinctive figure like that.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And I'm guessing it's something in writing, not you say.
No. I agree. Okay. Any further?
But just through you, Mr. Chair, I think we'd, like the open resolution report, I think we're doing well to use it where we're using it well.
Yeah, it's a good tool.
Just keep an eye on track. Keep track of it.
And can I just add that some things, like there's some, it's like, being into Hiku, sometimes you just want to know what's happening in your own area. But at Te Koko meeting, and I know you all hooked in there too, Bill, through these last wet weather events and with NRC, there's been other areas identified which maybe should be on our open resolution report, like the Donalds Road Bridge is, being signalled as a significant bridge that needs to be a bit like the Quarry Road one, like extended, lifted, and, because that's where a lot of the flow is happening. And Felicity goes on a lot about how, many ratepayers are actually paying for, the stormwater problem is actually coming from Kaitaia, and then it ends up in Awaru, and then it gets, overloaded, and you see places like Mahimaru, the drains around there, and et cetera, but we're having little rains, and, we're starting to flood even when it's not a significant event. So maybe those sort of things, you know, like just to marry in what's already been discussed so that, you know, Te Hiku Community Board. So that was one mention was the Donald Road, or Donald Lane, whatever, bridge, and probably others that we're, you know, up to date on all those drainage things, not just the farm drains in the country.
Just on the Donald Road Bridge, after that meeting with the KBA, is it? Yeah. After that meeting, prior to that, I'd gone under the bridge to have a look, just because I knew some of the supports had been damaged during the last flood. If we extend that bridge, if they renovate that bridge, I note that we're going to restrict some of the traffic off of the roundabout. So I'm just wondering how is that feasible? And I actually start thinking, do we need it? But anyway, just by the way, it's a congestion point, and I see that it's encroaching right back on that roundabout right there to the point where you've got no traffic. Traffic can't pull off the roundabout to go onto the bridge. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. Yes, and we'll get back to the agenda now. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Sorry. Oh, yeah. 8.4 Te Honu Group Annual Operational Report. Yes. Could I have a mover, please? Yeah. Seconder.
Aye.
Open for discussion questions. We've got Lani.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. I realise you've had a long hui today, so I will take my report as read and answer any pātai.
Are there any questions?
Any Kurulani, any feedback from participants within with embracing kaupapa such as these? Everyone enjoying it?
Yes. So in regards to specifically Te Paioahu, or which part?
The
engagement hui.
Waiata.
Yes, we have. We offer Te Pai Waiata to our staff because we have a lot of events that council attend, and so it's really important for us that staff can confidently go along to those events and be able to undertake their tikanga responsibilities on behalf of council. And so Te Pai Waiata is offered as an addition to Te Pai o Waho, to get our staff to that point where they are confident to participate in our events that we run. We've just had a number of staff too, external to Te Pai Waiata, take part or looking to take part in the Kiri Kiri Matariki celebrations, where there is a kapahaka component to that too. And we've also had obviously a number of our staff members who have participated in national, regional kapahaka competitions, and will move to nationals next year.
So Bev and Natasha can lead our waiata at the end of the hui.
Yes.
Mihi ana.
Ka pai. I just threw the kia ora.
Sorry, Crystal Rose here. So any feedback to the community board after the hapu iwi engagement huis that you've had in Te Hiku?
Yes, so to provide some context to those, we have a hapu engagement strategy that we roll out, and part of that is our commitment to running one hui per quarter per ward. And so a number of the issues common theme that we hear across these hui are always rates. There's always rates pārtai around how whānau can have better access to understanding what their rates are, and these are usually whānau who are on big blocks with multiple owners, and so those individual whānau want to know how we deal with their rates. We direct them to where they need to go in that hui. If we can't answer it then we bring it back into the office and deal with it. Yeah, we look to close off those issues where we can. We have a number of roading. Roading is a common theme too that we hear, and it's usually roads that are quite close to the marae that we host at, and so these hapu hui are targeted in specific marae areas, but we have had whānau attend from all over. Just to listen into what we have to say. Our usual responses, if we don't have a roading expert with us, if we don't have someone from the roading team, that we will raise the RFS, and those are usually dealt with more quickly when we have staff who have heard it, who have been told that this is an issue. We have Head Start has been the latest kaupapa that we've brought out through our hapu hui. So we had 3 hui last week. One was in Te Ahu, and our whānau are just still a bit confused as to what it is, and we can't really provide all the answers on that at the moment too, because who knows what's going to happen with that. But it was an opportunity for iwi and hapu to have an early say in what they would like our council to consider when we look at writing our proposal before August.
Awesome, thank you.
Through the chair.
Lani.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Eddie here, Lani, through the chair. Is there an initiative that's just been nominated for an awards? Is that through the framework as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was our framework. So our Te Pauta was nominated through the Taituara Awards just recently. And it shows, I think, that not just the impact it has on our council, but the impact it has in comparison to other councils. So it's a national awards for all councils. And we've proven through our application for that the outcomes we've achieved from Te Pauta have been quite extensive for our tiny little district, and that was recognised through those awards. Yes.
Cool. And just another one through the chair. It's great to see the video that you guys posted up, going around and asking the staff and council about how they've been progressing and getting through their learning te reo and those initiatives. So it was great. Yeah, good video, Lani, just to pass back the...
Thank you. Through the chair, I just note that outside of the report today, we also have a number of active BAU type RFS type work programs that we currently deal with that you won't see in this report, but I do want to provide an update, just a very brief update on Moringahi and the working group that we are establishing. So it's not in your open resolutions report, probably because we just approved it, but the actual next step after that is that the hapu have been requested to hui amongst themselves to nominate their representatives. Once they advise us who they are, then we will have the full working group hui, which will include member Beatson, who was previously appointed by the board. we will come back to the board either through the open resolutions or via a verbal report, however that may be, to provide updates outside of member bits and providing his updates.
No further questions?
Here not. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, tēnā koutou.
That brings a close to our meeting, but just before I go, I'm sorry about how many times we strayed from the agenda. I was reminded by Natasha, but sometimes, sometimes we can't help it. We can't help it, and sometimes discussions will lead us there. I'll get, before we call AI up to talk to us, I'll get Mike to close the official meeting, please.
Ko tēnā tātou, utia ki tātou e pai nei tātou e tau nei I runga I ngā ahuaranga ki runga I a tātou. Kia tau I hunga manaakitanga o te wāhi ngaro ki runga I a tātou. Kia tātou katoa, te whai o tō tātou ariki I Kroati, te aroha o te atua, I te whiwhinga taitanga, ki te wairua tapu, ake, amen.
Thank you, Mike.